unconsciously, while would there be females in a crowd and their hands would be up or whatever, and he unconsciously was ignoring them. And then
Oh
Michael,
my
he's
God.
like, "Yo, dude, like,
Serious?
all those women were waiting to ask you questions," and he was like, "I didn't see anybody raise their hand." Yeah, dude, because you weren't paying attention. You were looking at all the other dudes, and it's like you weren't looking at the females. And some females may got discouraged years ago. Well, damn, they ain't gonna answer my questions. I ain't gonna come to the conference no more.
Yeah, okay,
That-
okay. I have to interrupt. I just uploaded a picture and a link to a YouTube video that just popped up from Ancient Architects. Its title is Pre-Dynastic Cave Paintings from 10,000 BC Discovered in Egypt, Ancient Architects. That's the guy who put it up. Squatterman, hello.
Of course, I've already seen that one.
You're live, Neil.
It just came up on my feed. How did you see that? Wow, okay.
No.
Okay, so it's streaming already. You know that, right?
Yeah, that's been up for a while. Those pictures have been known, and there have been articles written about specifically those photographs. At least I read. I think it was just like a couple days ago, though, that I read it.
Well, he just posted the video today, so Ancient Architects.
I'm not. Yeah, a good point. I'm not sure I've seen the video, but I watch almost all Ancient Architect stuff. So
I'm so confused.
I watch a few of them. So
we are on. We're live.
We are indeed on.
We are live now.
Now I'm looking for Ancient Architects.
In live. Well, wait. Wasn't I going to start with the questions then?
Oh, you totally are. I'm literally just typing things. Don't worry about it. Just for the people, you can actually start whenever you would like. I actually figured we'd get to talk a little bit at the beginning because I have that little preview for you. But at least tell people what we're doing. And everyone, what's going on right now is we actually have Tess had a whole whack of questions, and we were doing timeline things last week, but we suddenly got derailed. Sean and everyone was just doing timelines when I logged in. I was like, oh, I'm just going to keep this rolling. This is perfect. And then everyone just suddenly stopped talking about them. And I was like, what just happened? Did I cause this? It was me, wasn't it? It was me. Anyway, so what we have is Tess. Tess will be going over, basically taking control of the show and asking some questions, hopefully, with regards to the polar configuration, catastrophism, the ages, and of course, up until modern day, and some, we'll probably talk about a few things after that. So she's going to be asking the questions of us, so we're actually probably going to have structure. Let me, you want me to share the screen with you guys, or share? I'll share it anyway. Oh, it says I am sharing. Good.
You can share. Oh. Yes, you can keep sharing. If I need you to put something out there, I'll ask you, or I'll put it in the chat.
Perfect. Well then, I will, before we get going then, does anyone want to say anything? Because I'll just do the preview thing.
Yeah, I would like to say that I thought she was going to link the catastrophes to the electricity and the virus outbreaks as well.
Well, I figured that would come across since we had a big chat about that.
Oh, okay, all right.
But that's
we're going to talk about that a little bit later.
Yeah, that's 1834.
Right?
We're still starting at 7,000 BC at least. So
rock and roll.
Oh, this is actually pretty good. I bet you I can do this because it's all like fading perfectly and so forth. Because I have the timelines all done up, so pretty cool. I mean, at least I think so. Welcome to the January 26th edition of the Electric View. I'm Neil Thompson. Today on the show, we hand the reins over to Tess Clark, who will guide us through the ages from golden till modern and ask questions we all need to hear about the polar configuration and the mechanics of these disasters. Please take a moment to like, subscribe, and Patreon, I guess.
Welcome.
Indeed, glad to be here. Although they couldn't hear you since that was the preview, so all they heard was you going "welcome" at the end of that.
Oh.
So just like
should I do it over again?
You can if you wish. but it's the preview. So it's not now. It's all done now. I don't
Cue me
know
when
why. It's over. It's over. It's long over.
Oh, okay.
I'm watching it. It's cool. Is this new, Neil?
No.
It isn't?
What, that little, what?
Yeah, that little piece there with the
No,
horizon.
I put them on, I put them on everything.
Yeah. Okay.
Except for when I forget.
I just saw it, so.
Oh, well, yeah. Okay, that's fair. Usually I'm talking over top of that.
Yeah, and I listen. I don't really look at maybe I just didn't notice the graphic before. It's kind of cool.
Well, the graphics are part of the original thing. I did the intro, and then I did a 2-minute segment that sort of caught everyone up, and then I did the sort of what we were talking about, because for some reason we had interesting things occur that were cute, and I could just put them in there, and so
nice.
It's sort of, because I wanted to break the ice. I didn't like this whole scientists can't laugh crap, so.
Well, you better be careful. You're going to get all slick and professional looking, and you're going to lose authenticity. We're going to have to start calling you Slick Neil. Slick Neil. That's your new name, Slick Neil.
I don't think there's any problem with me being too professional. I've screwed up enough already on this video. I just have to look back to make sure we're looking at it right. Yep, okay. Both my microphone's on at least, so we're good. At least they can hear something. So anyway. So
should I butcher some names again?
Please feel free to butcher, and then Tess will take over, and we'll be running down the show.
Okay. No one else has texted in since the last time. So welcome Cole and Melvin and Tetrapodum and Esoteric Gold and Parrish and John and Trevor and okay. Welcome everybody.
All right.
Never mind. Everybody that texted in and everybody that hasn't texted in, enjoy the show.
I'd just like to say to Tess, when you take over, I'm just going to hit the love heart button there to let you know that I would like to jump in. I'm not going to jump in on the mic all the time. Thank you.
Copy that.
Copy, yes. Roger.
I thought you were going to say you were going to keep hitting the love button constantly while she was talking.
Because you're loving me. Oh, darn it. Now I'm sad.
We all love you, Tess. We all do.
Likewise. Thank you.
So
much so we're all sticky. All right, so we can start, or you can start. There, Tess. Tell me all about it.
Blow our minds, Tess. Our minds. Blow our minds.
Okay. Hang on to your seats. Excellent. Okay. Well, I had some questions because I've been doing research, especially lately, about the last 1,000 years in history and catastrophes. And I noticed that some of the symbols that are used for the polar configuration are being seen in the last 1,000 years when they encounter comets or Venus and Mars. Which is funny. Venus it could be also Venus. Yeah, which is interesting. They have seen that probably since the times of Aten. But it made me think, and I thought, wait a minute. So all these symbols that are allegedly just the polar configuration are coming up, and in all these descriptions and paintings and of course, they didn't have photography back then. So the best they can do is, yes, leave petroglyphs, of course, and then people would do renderings on books called like the Kometen book, which is the Comet book from Germany,
right,
or the Book of Miracles is another, right? So then all these questions started coming up, and I thought, and also reading the work of Velikovsky and other people, of course, not only Velikovsky, but other people. So I put these questions together, and here goes the first one, and I know my good people here that are very knowledgeable will hopefully be able to answer. And if not, that's okay. You can say, I don't know, because it's better that you say, I don't know, than try to make up stories for something that you don't know why because this is like about the polar configuration, who put the model together. It's not like I'm putting it on you, like you have to figure it out, right? Or any of you, because it's not, you didn't come up with a model, so it's not for you to answer. But if you know what the reason is, that you heard them say this, and this is specifically David Talbot's, because I know there's other polar configurations, but this is the one that is most popular and known and talked about. So I'm just talking about this one for now.
Okay.
The first question, and I believe that Sean had already an answer. I don't know if anyone also wants to pitch in after he reads this, but he already said that he spoke to Michael Armstrong and he was kind enough to write an answer. So the question is, why don't the polar configuration ever talk about the model, ever consider any of the other planets in our solar system, including the moon, which was known as Selene, Mene, Nanarcine, Aphrodite, or, well, we'll talk about Aphrodite later on, don't worry, including 20 plus planets and moons. So there's 20 or more than 20 planets and moons that partook in the War of the Titans, or the Clash of the Titans, which began with the dethronement of Uranus, or Uranus, and Poseidon, including Uranus, Poseidon, which is Neptune, Hades, which is Pluto, Saturn, which is Cronus. Well, Saturn obviously is included, but I'm just telling you which partook in the War of the Titans. Jupiter, Zeus, which is Zeus, are not included, and some of the other planets are Hephaestus,
right,
which is the sacred celestial fire. People probably don't even hear that much. Helios. Yeah. She's not Cronus. Helios is different than Cronus, so they're not the same. Zeus, Hades, Hermes, Poseidon, Euryale, Steno. Euryale and Steno, by the way, are Gorgon sisters of Medusa. They are the sisters of Medusa, and they are the daughters of Phorcys, or Phorcys, who is the god of the sea, the ocean. So Venus turned into Medusa. She had like an alternative character. She wasn't like the same. It was considered two different characters. So Venus was a nice one, and Medusa was showing up as, of course, everyone knows Medusa from the polar configuration. They talk about her all the time. And they interacted with Earth. They interacted with Earth and each other at the same time that Medusa interacted with Earth. That's how they fit in. And also Neptune and Poseidon. Gaia is Earth or Thetis. So that probably, we're Gaia, so I guess we're included. Together with Poseidon and Neptune. Poseidon and Neptune, turned also into a Gorgon at this time during the Venus or Medusa event. And he became a Gorgon, just like Medusa. So Medusa and Venus were not the only, or Venus wasn't the only one turning into this head full of serpents. That's what a Gorgon means, right. Just like Steno and Euryale. Neptune also turned into completely like a Gorgon, full of serpents around his head. That's how they portray him. And he struck Earth with his thunderbolts, which were called his trident, at the time of the Knossos or the Minoans, the sinking of the Minoans. And they tell you very specific details of which cities got destroyed by Poseidon, and Hercules, and Atlas was also part of it, trying to help Hercules retrieve the 3 golden apples, which is the 3 sisters who are the Gorgons. They just are called different names by, like they have different little stories. So none of those are included, but let me see. Yeah. So I would Hades, that's another one, Demeter, Apollo, Artemis, Dionysius, Phaeton, who actually is supposed to be the son of Helios. And I don't know yet if it's a discharge or a moon of Helios, of the planet that was Helios. And it actually burned Earth. It came close to Earth, and the story is that it burned Earth. It just caused mass conflagrations. So it's a big, important part, Phaeton. Amphitrite, like I said, Hercules and Perseus, just to name a few. So if anyone, and they're called the Titan and the Olympian gods, and people can read about them in theoe.com, and I have it in my PDF, and I'm going to link it into the chat so people can go for themselves and go on and read about this, and understand what I'm asking about and what I'm referring to. And there's also another link to a little story that they put together, just a little quick story, which is really nice for people to get an idea about Poseidon. As if you go to the Greek god of the sea, Poseidon, it tells you there how he interacted with all of them, how he partook his role and the role of all the other gods that I just mentioned in that little short story, which people can read so they can get an idea. Because reading every single god, it's very tedious because there is so many sources and you have to go and read, which also, of course, people can do if they want to learn more. But that's the first question. And I can read the other ones or just wait until he answers. Should I read the other ones?
No. We'll do them one at a time. Wouldn't that be best?
All right. Sure.
I think so.
But
anyway.
I don't want to spend like the whole show in each one because there's very good questions.
Oh, no, I'm not I want to answer this, but I'm not. So
okay,
I think it was Sean. Sean was going to answer, so I'm not going to say a damn thing.
Because I'll read it from an email, and Michael wrote Saturn Myth Critic by Tess Clark, and he dated it. Question answers. He gave a preamble, and in his preamble, he's just talking about how many hours he spent with Wald, Duardo, Mel Atchison, Bill Mullen, Irving Wolfe, Roger Westcott, everybody we've heard, and many more. Michael Claridge, Steinbacher. He goes on, and how many hours he's really, put into this stuff. But his answer is, in the polar configuration, why not are the other planets addressed, such as Uranus, Neptune, and Jupiter? And his answer is, the explanation for this has never really been published or publicized, but it is what I understand the principles of Walt Thornhill, Don Scott, Mel Atchison, Eduardo Cardona, and myself has settled on. Dave Talbot has never endorsed this reconstruction, but neither has he ever disavowed or disagreed with it. The succinct answer to the question is that before its entrance into the solar system, Saturn was probably what would be termed a brown dwarf star with the Earth, Mars, and Saturnian moons orbiting within its quasi-opaque glow event horizon. Earth and Mars were no doubt phase locked in the same orbit and may have been invisible to each other, with only the central star visible from the Earth. The denizens of the Earth, maybe also of Mars, which is weird, could not see anything outside the glow event horizon, and I don't know of information that would allow one to speculate as to how long this configuration lasted. I understand that this postulation raises a whole raft of other questions, but questions to which I have educated speculative answers. The life support environment inside the glow event horizon of red giants or brown dwarfs is probably more benign or benevolent than the environment of the Earth today. So given this construct with the Saturnian system being outside the solar system, the other planets in our system today were not involved until the system drifted in and interacted with the solar system heliopause. The contact with the heliopause, which is a plasma double layer, was an energetic electrical event which overloaded the charge carried by Saturn and caused it to bifurcate and disgorge a molten glob to increase the charge carrying surface area. That was the birth of the planet now called Venus. It so happens that astronomers have witnessed this type of event with the flaring globules called flyers. For some reason, flyers are never talked about any more than I'm aware of. The electrical forces caused by the bodies to fairly rapidly line up into the polar aligned planetary shish kebab, with Saturn leading the way, followed by Venus, Mars, and Earth, with who knows how many other moon-type bodies. This alignment was also quickly encased in an opaque glowing plasma double-layer sheath, which prevented any clear view to the outside, kind of like being in a dimly lighted tunnel. The other planets and Saturn would have been to the north, with the most southern hemisphere being in Saturn's shadow and not populated. Peratt went to extreme lengths to document and show that the aspects of petroglyph, pictograph location, and the situation implied above the South Pole was a source of synchrotron radiation that would have made prolonged exposure lethal. Thus, the southern hemisphere at the time was known as the netherworld. That's what he said. So there's a lot in that answer when I read, and I really just read it thoroughly for the first time. So
yeah, you went really fast.
What happens is, to put it in layman's terms,
wow.
But he doesn't. But then, so what you just said, I got what you just said.
Because I can interject them, because we talked about this. So what happens is Dave Talbot's model himself wasn't necessarily agreed on with everybody in the group. That was based on just purely from his mythological reconstructions, and not with the science that we understand today as plasma science.
Right.
Right. That was, yes. I do know that there was a time before Ball.
Didn't say that. I have to disagree with Peratt. I don't.
So they're not disagreeing, because I know Peratt. I mean, they've had some contentions and stuff, and I look at this with the contentions more or less. When a group has differences in terms of they're using Peratt's published work, they have right to do that. They gain right to do that. So for whatever reasons they fell out is still something he could talk about more than me. But I know that that Dave Talbot pushed that model, not necessarily agreeing with everybody else, based on the science catching up to the mythology. We've had extensive talks about this too, and then my whole thing is, mythology is a jumbled up mess to me. I'm not sure personally if the accounts from the Greeks, we got it right, guys. This is the way it happened. This is what happened. If we're going to just look at that as a primary source, and they got it all correct, because even in Egypt, which I obsess about a lot, the like pyramid text, coffin text, Book of the Dead, they're not sequenced. There's no sequenced story until the New Kingdom, which is the Egyptian heaven and hell, the Duat, and the Book of Gates. Those are in tombs. They're not even something that was being passed around in a pamphlet or a book or anything back in the day. That's in tombs, but that's sequenced. There's no sequence to these stories going way back. I'm like, it's as if the people are talking about what's most important to them at the time. Like if you go on a trip and you went to 3 different cities, I might start in the middle of the story because it was the most exciting part of the story. So I'm like telling the story in the way I feel that's most important to me, which seems like what's happening through the mythologies, whether it be Mesopotamia, China, India, Egypt, Mesoamerica, the Greeks, the Romans. It's all about the importance, the way they see it. So, I mean, just even from my research, Uranus, Neptune, and Jupiter, I mean, Neptune and Uranus may not have been involved in it at all. I mean, Kronos kills Uranus, but Set supposedly killed Osiris too. So is that Uranus? Is Osiris Uranus? I don't know. It could be. It may not be. But I think Dave Talbot did do a good job, at least, of separating the attributes of the primordial king and the mother goddess, of course, because kings, it looks like in these stories of these gods, the attributes are so close together that it's hard to determine. I mean, even from my standpoint, it's very hard. If I look at a list of war deities and just do a general research, there's 14 in Egypt. There's, a Celtic has more than a dozen. The Greeks and Romans have a lot, more than a dozen. Mesopotamian has maybe a little more than a dozen, and it's kind of trying to make sense of something that wasn't in sequence in the first place. I don't see the stories as being sequenced, even with Hesiod. I don't see it in an order that would just, I can go, hey, okay, this is the bottom line. But I agree that what happens with the Saturn reconstruction test is that Saturn becomes overarched, and then it's like, okay, Jupiter is kind of pushed to the back. Mars and Venus become really important. Saturn is kind of, the primordial king, and it happened this way, but Jupiter's behind Saturn. So I can understand where it becomes jarbled and garbled, and I say that all the famous historians we talk about are reconstructing stuff too. They're trying to figure it out, and it may not be where we could just go to this one source and say, okay, this is the way it happened. I mean, I don't know. and that's just the answer he gave, and just kind of how I see it too. Like it's tough, it's difficult. Yeah,
Okay, so
it becomes really difficult for me, even too. Like I don't know, you know. Yeah, because especially in Egypt, this stuff becomes there's no sequence to it. Each region in Egypt even had their own.
I disagree that there is no sequence, because there are kings in religions everywhere around the world. And I completely disagree with you saying that there's no sequence. That's why there's a parent.
Primary sources.
The
primary source would be the temple's art itself and the papyruses themselves. The secondary sources.
No, there's more than that. There's from India. Have you read the mythology from India? And from Mexico, from the Mayans?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, well, they talk about Surya and his son, who is Kronos. Surya is Helios. And his son Kronos struck him with a flare and killed him and made him go dark. And Surya is the equivalent of Helios. So there is that link from there to there, just there. I mean, there, and then it continues. It keeps going down.
I like the going dark part. That was nice.
Order. There is order. They just don't say, "Oh, people just died," and they have names, and they're the sons, and then they have the whole family names and the genealogies, and that's how. Well, that was going to get into that too later on, into the genealogies and the gods, because that's very important. Otherwise, mythology doesn't make any sense. But if you know that there were different rulers, there were actually human rulers around the whole planet, and they were portraying to be themselves the planets, because that's how they were powerful, and people would be afraid of them. And it worked, because everyone was so afraid. They just did whatever these people told them, because they didn't want to get killed by the lightning bolt or the tsunami or whatever. And then they all had different names, because it's like you're a family. You have cousins, you have your uncles, you have your nieces, and you would go around the world to take over, and you wouldn't be all the same people. You would have your own families. And that's what happened, and that's why the histories change. But if you understand that's what it is, and then you understand each of them is their tribe, then it makes sense. But if you just want to pile them all into the one thing, then it doesn't make sense. And it's all very confusing. That's why there's so many names to all these different planets from everywhere. And they're specific people too. They have different attributes. They're not like the same person. They're described differently. To the Mayans, Chacmol was a human. He wasn't just a planet, but he was also a planet. But he was a human. He's depicted with boots and totally like a Western white tall man. And there's many like that, many stories. But anyways, so I just thank you for the answer. But it to me, just to say, it's very complicated and not explain what happens when they come in, by the way. But I have to say that according to Thornhill, his idea is that, and his theory is that the polar configuration didn't start until they came into the solar system and the planets were orbiting Saturn. That's what he thinks. That's what he says, and that's what he believes. And until they came in, that's when if it's Saturn or Uranus, you have to go and read. I have written all the books specifically trying to clarify that. Who was that? Where do I get that?
I think you're mistaken on that. I think he said we followed in with Saturn trailing in behind
video.
it.
You can go and watch it. Watch the video. I put it in the link in my PDF. It's in the Talk with Rex, and there is also a link to his. I'll look it up right here. Okay, there's an interview with Rex, and then there's also see, there's everything is electric. Well, I have everything in the PDF where Thornhill says, I think it's in his website, in the Thunderbolts website. Yes, here it is, from Thornhill. So what I'm suggesting is that all of the planets and moons in the solar system did not originate with the sun. They were captured. Capture of a brown dwarf starts or begins when the plasma sheath touch and they see each other electrically for the first time. The brown dwarf changes from being an anode in a galactic discharge to a cathode in the sun's environment. The adjustment is drastic. The brown dwarf is no longer a star. It becomes the mother of all comets and subject to a steady acceleration toward the sun. The acceleration will tend to cause the satellites of the brown dwarf to be dislodged from their orbits and in a dynamic equilibrium, strung out behind the primary cometary wake. Cardona thinks that Saturn's system had that arrangement long before it encountered the solar system.
And can I stop you right there? He just said that the planets followed in behind Saturn.
After they
trailed in
the solar system. So Walter Thornhill says the planets were orbiting Saturn until they enter the heliosphere. Then when they enter the heliosphere, the brown dwarf lost its plasma sheath. It became a cathode from an anode, and then he created an ion tail, which is like a comet. And that's where the planets became all into one orbit, into one line, aligned. And he thinks that will experience mega auroras, and it would have taken about 300 years. And that's what is called the era of the gods, 300 years from coming into the solar system. So I suggest that you go and read all of the Thunderbolts website like I have done and learn, because you can't be saying you're an expert when you don't know what
I don't disagree, Tess. I don't disagree. I don't disagree at all. I don't disagree with what you're saying. Like, let me make it more simple. Okay, I'm going to read this, and I'm just reading it from Wikipedia. Because I'm going to deal with Egypt specifically, Heliopolis, Thebes, and Memphis. We have three different.
But you know what? I want to move on to other questions because
let me just make it just one point. In the Helioptine creation myth, Atum was considered to be the first god, having created himself, sitting on the mound, which is a benben, or identified with the mound itself from the primordial waters Nu. Early myths state that Atum created the god Shu and goddess Tefnut by spitting them out of his mouth. Atum so did through masturbation, with the hand he used in this act representing the female principle inherent within him. Other interpretations state that he has made union with his shadow. The Old Kingdom Egyptians believed that Atum lifted up the dead king's soul from his pyramid to the starry heavens. He was also a solar deity associated with the primary sun god Ra. Atum was linked specifically with the evening sun, while Ra closely linked the god Khepri, were connected with the sun at morning and midday. Now, if I go just using Wikipedia just to the basic creation myth, those are from secondary sources. So if you open the pyramid text, if you open the coffin text, if I'm opening it in my hand right now, and we go to the first spell in the coffin text, it's not laid out like that. It says, here begins the book of the vindication of a man in the realm of the dead. So they're already starting in the realm of the dead, which from the sequence story in the New Kingdom is the middle of the story, essentially. It's like Star Wars. You're starting in the middle of the story, and they're talking about the Duat, the realm of the dead. They're not starting at the beginning like, well, Atum did this, that, and the third. That's being sifted out by ecologists and people that are studying that field. So Talbot essentially, himself personally, re-sifted the information because it's not laid out linear. I mean, I'm going to stick to that, whereas we're getting secondary sources that are trying to put it into a linear order. But this stuff is not sequenced. It's not linear. It doesn't start in the beginning of the story. Because I had a thing with Michael where I was like, Michael, the Duat is mentioned, which is the netherworld, is mentioned in the coffin text, the Book of the Dead, the pyramid text. But I don't get the story until the New Kingdom. And it's in Tutmosis' tomb, and then the Ramsey family, I call it, especially Seti, they dealt with it instead of the 12 hours of the Duat, it's the 12 gates of the Book of Gates. And it's like, okay, this is what the Old Kingdom is talking about. The Middle Kingdom is talking about. That's jumbled up. It's in coffins. It's on jars. It's on some papyruses here and there. Then eventually you see the heretic language with the contentions of Horus and Set, which doesn't appear on any pyramid walls. And it's like, well, wait a minute. You have this written on papyrus, like on on scrolls, but I can't find that story nowhere on the walls. It's it's a challenge. In other words, I'm just saying this is very challenging.
I agree. I have to agree with you, Sean.
It's challenging to where, I come up for air sometimes with this stuff, and I'm like, because I talk to Michael a lot, and I'm like, Michael, this is like I can do secondary analysis. I did that with the Saturn myth. I have the sources here, and I'm like, okay, no problem. We have the scientific model. Okay, no problem. Then it's like, where are the other planets?
Can I ask you something?
It's still the quagmire. It's still the quagmire. Like, whoa, we're in a quagmire.
Do you know what, speaking of secondary sources and Diodorus, which I have used, and everyone is like poo-pooing Diodorus. Oh, he's too recent. He's from the 1st century BC. You can't use Diodorus. Are you aware that David Talbot, in his book, which I have read, I have read the whole book and gone to the sources. Are you aware that he uses Diodorus Siculus as his source to say that Saturn was called the sun or Helios by the Chaldeans? And have you gone to read Diodorus Siculus where it says that? I have.
Okay.
And?
So what do you have to say to that?
Well, I mean, I went a different route because I went with Jastro, the Sun and Saturn, and kind of took that route and went through Jastro's work to see if there was the linguistic connection. I think the source.
Yes, and I researched him, and did you know what? He has no sources.
Yeah,
Zero sources. He twisted. We're going to Diodorus. Okay,
yeah,
the Jastro guy that you just mentioned. Listen, I followed. I'm not like just coming out with stuff like this just because I don't know and I just want to cause trouble. It's because I went to the sources. I went to all the sources and I read very carefully because I have time. I've been sick and I've been staying home and I have time to read. Thank goodness I'm doing something that I like. So I have a lot of time in my hands to read. And I went and I read and I said, okay, well, where is he getting this? Because I want to understand the source of the polar configuration. So I was really honestly trying to find it and understand it so I could embrace it. But what I found is Jastro going and using Diodorus as the source or some other source, and he didn't even put in there what he was saying. Like the source he said is from Diodorus, and he didn't even put where from Diodorus. And I had to go and find it. And when I found it, it didn't even say half of what he was pretending that it said. So that's what people have to go and read the sources.
I don't disagree. And also, with Jastro's father being a Kabbalistic expert, they say. That's why they moved to Philadelphia. That's why they moved to Philadelphia. And, I'm like, okay, so, you got your dad in your ear too. Don't get it twisted.
Yes, all that the Chaldeans said is that they called Saturn Helios because it was the most inconspicuous star. Not because it was the sun of Earth, not because Earth orbited Saturn, which is a very big difference. It's like saying, which is our brightest star that we see? It's Venus. And we wrote, Venus, it's a really bright, the brightest star that we have. And then someone in 200 years sees that and says, they must have orbited Venus. It's the same thing. And they called all the other planets stars. Seriously. That's why I'm coming up with these questions, because that's not a good source.
I see the source. The magician and astrologers. I have that book somewhere on my shelf. I'm looking now, but there is a pattern in the text, in Babylonian text, where Samos is being interchanged from the sun and Saturn, to where it's like
way later. That's like 1000 BC. Speaking of which is the original source, you have to go and read the original, all the mythologies of the whole world. Well, not the whole world, because that's a lot of mythologies, but as many mythologies as you can. That's what I've done. And I've tried to put a picture together of probably this is what it happened, because this is what everyone is saying, not just because the Chaldeans said that it was the bright star in the sky. So therefore, there must be the sun. And then I'm going to say, you see what I'm saying? I'm just saying that. But I want to move on to the second question.
Okay, go ahead.
There's a lot of good information and questions. Okay, number 2. Why do they say that Velikovsky is a key foundation of their model, and they always bring up his name, Velikovsky. And at the same time, they utterly dismiss his research, which is supported by correlating geologic, historic, scientific, and mythological data. I know he's not perfect. No one is perfect. I'm also going to make mistakes. We all make mistakes. But I think he was pretty good in putting all these things together as best as he could. And data which is based on many chronologists as well, who link events of planetary catastrophes to living historic kings and cultures to form a unified timeline, as well as changes to the lengths of calendars, looking at the changes in calendars throughout history that were linked to these catastrophes. Why are they, and then also I have a question, why are there no calendars based on Saturn and the polar configuration if we were really, for, I don't know, 200 or 300 years behind Saturn? Because there are lunar calendars, and the calendars using Sirius, called the Sothic calendar, using the heliacal rising of Sirius. So I want to know why there are no calendars of Saturnian calendars. Not one.
Well, number one, who's they? And like you said, they say this. I know who they are.
We're talking about David Talbot, the group. Thank you, Sean, for explaining that. I really appreciate that. Yeah. Not everyone is, and don't get mad with me. I'm just I'm very passionate. It's all about you. I like you a lot, and I like all of you. But it's the study, the model. We're talking about the model, not the person. I don't want to attack a person, but it's the polar configuration. What would you call it? The polar configuration Talbot's model.
Well, it's not his because it's older than that, obviously.
No, but it's his little drawing and his theory.
Well, his is a Saturn myth, I think. What's his main book?
Within the Saturn myth. Okay, that's fair. Thank you. So we'll say, why did the people that created the Saturn myth and the polar configuration with the Saturn myth, and then use Velikovsky, or say Velikovsky is a key foundation, but then they disregard all what I just said, his study, his research, which is supported in correlating detailed geologic, historic, calendric, scientific, and mythological data with chronology and kings that lived during the time of the catastrophe, and the cultures linked to the kings, of course, to make his timeline. That's how he came up with his timeline.
Well, yes, but his timeline is not the only timeline. This is the timeline in the book. I think that's what Sean was trying to say with Michael's words, is that, I mean, I know John Cook, Renz, Van Schilles, and a whole slew of others all have different interpretations of the timeline. So
why do they use Velikovsky at all if they're just really not even just because he said something about Saturn?
No.
And he didn't say Saturn was...
those notes. It was those unpublished notes. Yeah. That was big.
Yeah, and also Saturn...
notes he gave to Talbot.
Yes, I was going to say that. Talbot actually met him.
I just want to clarify. I want to clarify for everyone listening that Velikovsky never, ever said that Earth orbited Saturn forever,
correct,
permanently. What Velikovsky said, or even said that it was the sun. And people need to go and read in the beginning, because it's very short and it is packed with information from not only about Velikovsky, what he comes up with, but about the way that probably things were before the deluge, which is, I think, it's fascinating. And before there was the moon, and what people, the pre-Selene people and the Akkadians. It's just fascinating information. So they can, and the giants and Nephilim. He talks about even aliens coming to Earth.
Right.
Yes, Velikovsky. And
but there's nothing wrong with that.
Idea.
No, I mean, we all...
it's amazing. But it's what the text says. The Jewish, the Talmud, and he's just relating. He's relating the Torah and the his father was a rabbi.
I know quite a few people that are still doing that. Like I actually have a translation about planets from Jewish scholars. So, and theirs is different than like all these interpretations. Like obviously, there's also the idea that Ganymede, the Ganymede hypothesis. There's also the idea that there was a purple dawn. We don't even know about any of that in reality. Now, there seems to be, because of all the writings, and obviously there is talk about having a different sun or a different star. The pole star idea doesn't really hit me as odd, and the battle between the planets doesn't hit me as odd, especially Jupiter and Saturn. Obviously, Velikovsky focused more on Venus, if I'm not mistaken, and Mars in his first.
Well, no,
books.
he talked. Yes, he talked about all of them. He explains. He goes in the beginning. That's why in the beginning is very important. Nobody knows that because he didn't publish it it's unpublished. So he didn't get to make it into the book, which he was originally part of the Worlds in Collision, but he got talked into taking it out, unfortunately, because it was so good. The information was so amazing that they said, no, it's just it's too much information for the people. Let's just take it out and let's just put these two things and then we'll do it later. And it never happened. It never got published, unfortunately. But yeah, people need to go and read that. And I have actually, in my Mythos and Cosmogony, I talk about the Shekinah, which is probably the red dwarf. Remember, I don't know, I told you that it talks about the splendor. Let me just read you just a tiny little piece. This is called The Legends of the Jews. Adam and his descendants sat by the gate to bask in the splendor of the Shekinah, 65,000 times more radiant than the splendor of the sun. This brightness of the Shekinah makes all upon whom it falls exempt from disease. And neither insects nor demons can come nigh unto them to do them harm. The Shekinah was made to leave the earth and ascend to heaven amid the loud sounds of trumpets of the myriad of angel hosts, which are planets.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you created us from the splendor of the Shekinah. And then the Shekinah left paradise, or left when Adam and Eve were kicked out from paradise, when they left the Garden of Eden, which is probably their plasma sheath. I think it's amazing. It's talking about this, and there's more. There's lots more that.
The Shekinah is the firmament or the plasma sheath.
Yeah, the red plasma sheath. I mean, this is what it sounds like. And
it was 1,000 times brighter than the sun, but the sun wasn't as bright as it is now.
64,000 times.
Well, that number is
their sun.
Crap. So, I mean, 64,000 just a number, but I mean, obviously
they were not bright, not bright. No. It's radiant.
Yeah.
Radiant, like radiant heat, not bright. Anyways, there's a lot in there, but what I was going to say also, why is there no calendar? Why is there no calendar based on Saturn and the polar configuration?
Why
do you guys
how
think?
Could there be
I don't
one?
think the people were making calendars. I don't think they were making calendars that
as far as I knew,
there was no time then.
Yeah, the Saturn was the first time they had time because they could see it rotating in the sky. Namely, that's why it was called Chronos.
Exactly. Otherwise, it would be the sacred fire in the sky.
And they didn't see stars, really. I mean, for a while. I'm sure there was before that.
Thank you, Neil. Yes, people are confused. So when we were in the red dwarf,
people always confused.
The red dwarf, they can't see anything. Yes, they couldn't see anything. That's why. Then Shockwave is right, Rick. There was no time because people couldn't measure time. There was no way of seeing the light of the sun or any shadows or any planetary bodies
or the stars.
Yeah, nothing. They couldn't see anything except this just blurred, reddish, kind of weird moving light up there, and that was Hephaestus. That was a sacred.
Okay. That's really clever.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for interrupting, but that's really clever. When you're basically talking about the egg coming to view, and then breaking open, you're talking about the stork that brings the golden egg. That's the story. The light that appeared in the sky for a while. Yeah, John Cook talks about this whole time. He has it all written down. He's really good at that. That's I give kudos for him for time.
Yeah, let me tell you another little piece of that, which is fabulous. It's really cool. Well, Diodorus talks about this. I read it from Diodorus. Well, it's not Diodorus, but it is the Atlanteans. It's the Atlanteans. If you go read about Atlantis, it's the story of the Atlanteans. What they tell you. Is it? Well, I can't remember. And maybe it's that, or maybe it's the Egyptians. But this is what happens. So the first god is Hephaestus, which is this blurred, reddish thing up there, which is deformed. He doesn't have a form. He's like weird, and that's why Hephaestus is deformed. They show him as a deformed man. It's a man that his leg is shorter than the other. He's all fat. He has a big head, and it's weird. And that's why they portray him like that.
Well, actually, those are the symbols for here. I was just looking at them right here.
Then Hephaestus died, and guess what? He died and he transformed into Helios. Yes. You see, that's the story. So when Hephaestus died, the plasma sheet opened up.
It might not be death. It might mean ended, like not death, but ended.
Yes. It went away, and then he transformed into Helios. He became the core of the star. They could see the star. And then they could see the other stars, and they could see that star, which they call Helios.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
there's a date for Helios.
And then Helios was sealed.
Alexander the Great, to his time, and the priest said that Helios' reign was 23,000 years before that time. And as far as the Saturn calendar, well, all the ancients at the beginning used the day, the rotation of the day, as the standard measure, as I've repeatedly said.
Yeah, that's what I meant, the birth of time.
Yeah.
So they don't have a lunar calendar?
No, lunar.
That's not a lunar calendar?
No, it wasn't a lunar calendar. It just simply, and Cordonia said that some of the very brightest stars could be seen. That was his
so they didn't see Saturn. So there's no calendar. So there's no calendars on record, because everything that I have on record, it all says that it's a lunar calendar or the Sothic calendar.
There are lots of calendars previous.
Not based on Saturn. No, you're just saying the rotation.
In historical times.
Well, that's when they saw a sun, so they could see. Yeah. Okay, you're talking about day and night to start with.
Well,
day and night. That means day and night. A rotation of what?
Of the Earth? What do you mean?
No.
The ancients was very clear. It was the day.
A rotation of Earth.
Lunar calendars are
that's confusing.
There's not. Well, I mean, you can go back and get all kinds of ancient calendars, like the Roman 304-day calendar.
But that's already within historic time. I'm talking about before we came into the solar system, and before we had the moon, Earth acquired the moon, and there was a lunar calendar. I'm talking about. There's nothing that I have seen that it says that it's Saturn, that it's rotating around Saturn. I'm just talking about Saturn, because what you're saying is that it could have been. Okay, let's talk about something, because I think, James, this is really important, very, very important, and it has to go for later on for the dating, which I think we are also like, well, how can we date if we don't even know what was going on with Earth? Because we're supposing that Earth was here by the sun and it never moved. All these catastrophes happened, and everything was just like now, or like the last 2,000 years. And that is not the case. Earth was a comet. Earth was a comet passing from one planet to the other, moving through the solar system, coming in towards the inner solar system.
You're saying then that instead of you're trying to say that the Earth was passing all these planets on the way in?
Yes, since we got, we were orbiting either Saturn or Neptune or Uranus, one of those. We came in, all the plasma sheet, they turn all the stars, all the brown dwarfs or red dwarfs turn into gas giants. They lose, like Thornhill says, and I agree with that, they lose their plasma sheath.
Well, yeah, they're getting power from the sun.
Yeah, they nova because they go nova or micronova. There's the floods, different floods that we have heard about in the history, and throughout history books and mythology and the Bible and everywhere. And then Earth and all the other planets are starting to get captured by the bigger planets, which is in the solar system, which was probably Jupiter and the Sun, but the Sun is further. So first we have to go by Jupiter. And allegedly, according to the mythology, it says that Kronos castrated his father, Uranus. He took the planets from Uranus. He became the ruler until his son Jupiter castrated Saturn and took the planets from Saturn. So what does that tell you? Well, the story tells you that Saturn captured the planets, including Earth, of course, because we're all these stories from the point of view of Earth, because we're in Earth.
That's the problem. How could they know we're a planet? Because we're not a planet to them.
No. I know, but that's what I'm saying. They're telling you what we're seeing.
Right.
It's like
but if that's happening there, that could just be their moons. Like they won't.
We're in a ride.
They won't know. They can't. They can only see a few of them anyway. They can't see all 64,000 of them, or whatever how many there are up there.
What I'm saying is, according to the people, according to the planets that we have worshipped or that have become the chief planets,
are worshiping.
Yes, exactly. Unfortunately, first was Uranus, then that's the main guy. Even if people want to say no, that's the main guy, the father of Kronos. Then is Kronos, then is Jupiter, and then maybe Venus. Now Neptune was in the picture, but then Venus it was too close to us. So to the Mayans, it was probably like a sun. They have a legend of 5 suns. We live in the 5th sun. They called it they say that we have been through 4 different suns with 4 different suns. They say that 4 different suns.
Well, you described 3 of them right there.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm thinking, well, is that all the gas giants? Count. Uranus 1. I mean, you can count. It's all the gas giants in the solar system. So that's very interesting.
Sun, yes.
Or it could be Venus, depending, either Neptune or Venus. But we know the other 4, obviously.
If it was something like a sphere, we would only see it. Like Venus was inside of us, and we saw a line most of the time. But
according to the Mayans, it was Quetzalcoatl, and it was a very important god, and it was worshipped because they were getting killed by it.
Right? No. But when it came towards us, it would look different. When it would look like a line until it got to where it touched our orbit, then we would see streamers. But what I meant, like a star. But what I meant was,
So let's think about Earth, right? So Earth was all the way where Pluto is or where Saturn is. That's a long ways, and we have to make it together with Mercury, which we interacted with and caused the Tower of Babel event. And then, which was Hermes, Mercury, Buddha. Buddha is another one who it's in that time represents Mercury. And then we encounter Jupiter. And I think, we can. It doesn't matter.
I think you're visualizing this wrong. I think if I was to describe it to you, imagine that Jupiter is right up close to the sun where Mercury or Venus is, and and there are no other planets around. There's just the moons of Jupiter, and that's it. And we come streaming in and all of our system goes flying outwards and spreads out. That's the solar system. We were whipping around a bunch of them really close to the sun at the beginning of this. And that's but we had a sheath around us. Yes, our sun. And we whipped in there in the inside of that plasma glow.
I disagree.
but this is I mean, heck, if you talk about some people like John Cook's, we were dropped off here like 270 million years ago. That's why we have flowering plants and a bunch of other things. But then we got captured by Saturn again when she came by every 27 million years. But now it's lowered to 3 million and then 64,000, and then until now it's part of the solar system.
Okay. Well, I'm going to give you a little hint here. The Aztec.
Oh, that's not my words. That's John's words.
Yes, yes, of course. Well, I don't agree with that, but it could be. But anyways, I'm just thinking that Earth was a comet, because if indeed we went by Jupiter and we were by Saturn, we were over there. We weren't here. We were over there, and we were making our way. The smaller planets actually got pulled into the inner solar system, and the bigger planets stayed out there. And Pluto ended up being all the way, of course, at the end.
I don't mean to say. I'm saying
that's where they are.
Right. But that's what happened to them. That's why they were fighting. The Clash of the Titans, Jupiter and Saturn and of the other gods were flung out away from us.
They say that they captured Earth. They tell you they captured Earth. They put nets on Hera and Gaia. They tell you that they captured, and she passes from one to the other.
Yeah, but Hera is of another planet, not us.
Apology.
We're okay. to the people on the Earth, we're just a big flat ground or a bowl.
Okay, well, I haven't
Everything
finished.
else happens around us, like to their point of view.
Yeah, but we were not. We were moving. We ended up here.
Yeah, but they can't feel that movement because they're on the planet.
Could.
No, they can't.
Of course they could. Jupiter. We saw. Did you know that we saw Jupiter first rise in one place in the east, and then it rose in the west? We passed it. We passed Jupiter.
Nobody knew the Earth was a globe until the Greeks at 2000
Jupiter
BC.
changed where it was setting and rising.
Yeah, Jupiter's on the inside of the planet, though. That's why it's doing that. It's like where Venus is now.
It's like a tail. It's like a tail. The Earth, the sun has the planets behind it. It's like a comet. Everything is like a tail. Like we have a tail. We're not around the sun like a plate. We're behind the sun. We have to be, because that's how stars are everywhere in the solar system. They're not all around like a flat plate. So maybe that's why you're thinking that, because we're thinking about it differently.
I'm not sure what you mean by plate at all. Confused.
Like a disc. A flat disc.
But what does this have to do with anything, though?
Because the tail the capture happens in the tail, at the end of the tail, and that's where Jupiter was. That's what Jupiter is. It's at the back of the tail. So maybe that's the problem, that we have different conceptions of how the solar system works. But the point is that Earth passed Saturn, Jupiter. It was encountering Mars and Venus up until, well, it's still happening, but not as often as before. And the Mayans had the different calendars start, like the Sol King and the Hab and all those calendars, according to each catastrophe. It was the beginning of each catastrophe. That's what it was. It was like a marker on stone. So that Aztec calendar is not a cyclical thing that people think. They're wrong. They don't understand. It's that they put it in there and they said, okay, this sun, imagine if that was Jupiter or Saturn. Well, it wasn't Saturn, but it was Jupiter or Venus, because it was later on. And then they wrote all around it what happened during that catastrophe and when it took place. And they left it in that piece of rock like that. And then they created another one when we encounter Venus, then another one when we encounter Mars. And that's what they are.
Right.
They're not like...
Tess, I have a question.
But that happened a lot. Like we were on very close orbits with each other. That's why they have different calendars.
That's why they have different calendars. Exactly.
Well, I'm not an expert on calendars. I generally understand, like on the screen right here, and sorry about that, Duff, I'll let you have it. But right here is this is the idea, because Mars and Jupiter was really much more on the inside of the planet, like where Venus is. And then when this whole conglomeration of planets came in, we spun around each other, destabilized the whole polar configuration we had. Jupiter and Saturn almost ran into each other, and they started doing the sumo wrestling thing and slapping each other, flying out into space, and they battled for God knows how long. And yes, other gas giants were with it, but these are like, they're attacking each other. They grabbed a bunch of planets on the way out of the system.
And we were tugged along with them and dropped off.
No, we were dropped off long before that. That's why we get to see it happening. We were inside of the comas at the beginning. That's why it was something we couldn't see. And Tess is right. We probably did have a coma around ourselves, but I mean, telling the difference between our coma and Saturn's would have been hard on the planet.
But imagine after we were left Saturn, because we were temporarily captured by Saturn, definitely, yes, and the
there's talk about that, yeah.
That probably most likely came from Saturn, and that's what Velikovsky was saying, the 7 days of light, and he said maybe that's why they referred to Saturn as a star, as Helios, because it was very bright, but it didn't last. It was just for a little bit. And that's what he says. That's what the story said.
Anything in the sky, they don't call them stars unless they were just point of light. They were called, if they were movers, the wanderers, they were planets. So they just called the moving ones
wandering
wanderers.
Stars.
Yes,
yeah, they called them wandering stars.
But, well, no, they called them wanderers, not stars. We added stars. Their word was God.
The Chaldeans called them stars.
Well,
Neil,
that's our translation of that.
Everything
back then,
everything in the firmament
God.
that shone was called a star.
Yep.
Hello?
And they were hairy stars. The comets were hairy.
Oh my God! Are you not listening to me? Seriously, guys, fucking listen.
Okay, listen.
The word star means star now. Back then, it meant God. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Our word for star is from that word.
I have the etymology of star. Yeah, I have the etymology. I don't know when.
Anyway, don't worry about it. That's all I meant. I was just freaking out because, like, come on, that's what I meant. Anyway, go on, guys. Right, I'm done with the question. We're done with that. So.
But yeah, so I'm just saying that the measuring of time, we have to really think about that because we were not in the same position as we are now. We were not. And all the calendars are different. And people say that in the ancients, including Manetho, Diodorus, and Isaac Newton. And if you read about the Saros, they were all lunar months, those at least, okay? That's after the deluge, from then to here. So we have to consider all of the time. Was it a month? And then Schann's theory would be correct with Hindsohn's. Yes, everything is shorter in time. It's not so like thousands and thousands and thousands. I agree with that, definitely. But I'm just going by the texts. And then moving on to the next question, unless someone wanted to ask me a question about this.
Yeah, well, I certainly do. Oh, God, everybody's like,
yeah, go, guys.
I'm a little confused about what
you guys go first.
What the conditions are, I mean, the Talbot has a particular starting kind of position, and so you're changing that, and I'm trying to figure out in my head what are your starting conditions for what's the sun system, what's Saturn system, or is it differently, and how things are coming in, because changing the Earth orbit is is a game changer as far as first conditions are concerned. So I just like a little clarity about what the first conditions are. So we know the end. We all know the end conditions, and so that makes that a little bit easier. But and then getting to first conditions allows you to kind of play around and figure out what the middle conditions were, how we got to where we are. So.
Yes, well, maybe we can take some other time about that. I made a little model according to what I understood from all the different mythologies, not just one mythology, from the Egyptian, Orphic mythology, the Greek, the Aztec, the Hindu. I put something together there, and you can look at it sometime and tell me what you think. But it was basically the triple dwarf system that came in, that was captured by the sun and Jupiter. Jupiter and the sun would have been binary together, because it's like the most common way of stars. And Jupiter and the sun, according to what I have read, do seem to have some kind of relationship. But we can talk about that later.
Well,
that's something else. I could be wrong, and it could be
Well, actually, that matches Dave Talbot's position that Saturn and Jupiter were together. So that's one first condition.
No. The sun and Jupiter.
Yes.
The sun, our current sun. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That clarifies it too. So thank you.
Yes.
I totally agree with that. As far as I could tell, Saturn was very close to the sun. That's what makes our system weird. That's why when we look at other systems, we see this planets, and they're really close to their parent star, as opposed to us, which has our gas giants like light astronomical units away.
Yes. Now, why the third question? Why, after acknowledging, and we know who are we talking about, that capture of planets and stars by the solar system is the way to form solar systems, including the capture of Saturn and its satellites by our sun, according to their model, and at the same time completely dismiss the fact that rogue planets, like planets, I'm not talking about a little piece of rock, but planets or dwarf stars, just like our stars, can still be captured by the solar system.
I don't think they are, Tess. I mean, that's like Halton Arp's work, essentially. I don't think they are. Are they?
Yes. Well, planets and moons are getting captured all the time. They're just being captured first by Neptune and Jupiter because they're back there. They're in the tail of the solar system. They're like the first planets to capture them.
I believe that
and they come in.
Planets and rocky bodies are created along the Birkeland currents that we see. We call them Herberg-Haro objects, and they change to Herberg-Haro objects. And then they, thousands of AU away, they pull the stars and the rocky bodies into the influence of the main star that's there along the northern and southern poles. That's the way I see it. That's the way I understand.
Yeah, I think this one, let's go to the other questions because they'll make more sense with this one. Okay, 4. Why do they acknowledge that Venus was once a comet in the solar system, but dismiss that Mercury, Mars, and many other satellites also behave like comets in the last 5,000, since at least 5,000 BC and until recent times, and continue to pose a problem or threat to Earth, dismissing Velikovsky's historic records about Mercury, Mars, the Moon, Jupiter, Neptune? I guess Velikovsky just put together what other cultures were saying, not just him, because I can also, I also can do that.
The threat,
Neptune.
The threat is that because Venus was on the inside of us, and its tail would touch us every 8 years today. However, well, actually even more than that, but with the moon there, it's the closest it can get. However, that said, that's not doesn't mean that planets like Mars and Mercury being, of course, the messenger of the gods, so he's flying back and forth. He's on a highly, highly weird orbit. But and the Mars would get big in the sky and then go away. And we saw him get big before during the Axis Mundi times when it was getting the labors of Hercules. But I'm almost done. But anyway, at that point, though, I think that's probably why Venus was much more dangerous. Plus, it was a lot brighter. And it wasn't occasionally turning into a nice red glow or having a tail. It was like
it always had
bright as heck. Like brilliant white,
incandescent.
Yeah. Well, it was just foreign.
And I would just like to add that Venus herself, the tail of Venus, is not a magnetic tail like we have. We have a magnetic tail that stretches out way behind us and it touches Mars. Venus's tail is different. It's Venus's ionosphere.
Well, yeah,
in other words,
just capacitive layers.
It's atmosphere that's being stripped off and stretched out towards us. There's a big difference between the two, and a lot of people get that confused. I had this talk with somebody before, and then I looked at it again, and I went, wait a second. The tails aren't the same. They're completely different.
No, we have a much
ionosphere
bigger
tail allows a direct electrical connection. I mean, a direct electrical connection. The magnetic connection may be a little bit less, but
no,
I think
quite a bit less.
It's more.
We store that energy.
I think it would be a lot more intense with this atmospheric connection of ions that connect to the Earth and cause problems.
Yes, well, you guys know that Mars is elliptical, has an elliptical orbit, right? It's not perfectly circular, and
and it was more circular in the past.
When Jupiter pulls on Venus, according to what I've read, it comes out of its normal current sheet, and it starts behaving more like a comet.
Sorry,
it's basically
wrong.
Behaving like a comet.
That did happen a few times.
I was wrong. It was less circular in the past, and its interaction with Venus circularized Venus's orbit and set its orbit out to where it is now. And we were crossing those orbital paths for 750 years.
Okay, now I have to say.
What you're saying is that the Earth and Venus are sharing a magnetic field together, and this would kind of explain why
no.
Is
they don't share. They don't share magnetic field at all, James. They're
separated from each other.
They're different. They're completely different. Venus doesn't have a magnetic field.
That's what I'm saying. It's sharing Earth as if it was its own.
No.
Well, okay.
If it came into. Sorry, go ahead, Sean. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, I'm saying Venus laughs at the solar winds. It just doesn't. It laughs at it. It just like, okay, there's solar winds there. So what? It just doesn't.
It sloughs them off.
Well, it has.
It doesn't even.
It has to translate all that heat it has, and it's trying to convert that and get it taken away. Down this, it has to bleed out, and it either comes out as light or it gets carried away by the tail of it. But the tail is a lot thinner.
By stripping the material off the surface and putting it out into its atmosphere and then sending it out along the tail, yeah.
Well, or still stripping the atmosphere of whatever planet it was barfed out of. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's Venus's atmosphere now, whatever it used to be Saturn's or Jupiter's, but now it's Venus's. But suckers. But no, they had.
Okay, next question.
Yeah.
Okay, next question. We can discuss that. That's
we
interesting.
We can talk that all day long.
We need to talk about that. Yeah.
Well, I'd just like to say, I think that Venus is generating its own ionosphere as it strips away its body, as it's trying to cool itself off.
I don't think it has any choice in the matter.
A quick comment is that Mars looked like a comet to Earth. It wasn't just like all peaceful and nicely. In Mercury, also
looks like a mouse.
There's a Caduceus and the seven heads, the seven serpent heads coming to protect, called Mukalinda, the serpent that protected Buddha.
Mars has a very weak magnetic field.
So that was like behaving like a comet. That's definitely. Even the moon was behaving like a comet. And during the let's say Homer's the Iliad and the Odyssey, they were all behaving. They were all behaving like comets. So I'm just pointing that out. That according to all that, they were behaving like comets. But yes.
But everything is a comet, though. So let's not be.
Yes, exactly. Well,
inside of planet's magnetosphere, they won't act like a comet. You move them out into the solar wind, boom, comet.
Actually, that's not necessarily true.
Well,
if you have
current.
No. Let me explain. If Venus, for example, moved to between the orbit of, say, the Moon and Earth, which is quite close to the Earth, besides the gravity effects and everything, the tail of Venus would disappear. And it would start using our energy, and it would have a cometary tail coming out of Venus going away from us. And then when it hit the solar wind out past where our magnetic field is, it will start traveling down it. So it would look like a big tail. It would look like a big ball that was going outwards with a tail that goes out and curves to a thin line that disappears. Like that kind of what would happen. Like there's... it has to follow the gradient, and the gradient is the electric field or magnetic field, depending. So anyway, just letting you know. So,
okay, sorry. Next question. Thank you.
Sorry.
5. 5. Why do they say, contrary to the mythologies, that Venus Athena was born from Saturn, because not a single source says that Athena was born from Saturn.
I heard it
Athena was
Jupiter.
either born from, hold on. Okay. Well, they based the whole on that premise, right? Everything is based on the premise that Venus was born from Saturn and it was there. Okay. And there's a whole model on that premise, disregarding that the moon, Aphrodite was the moon originally and was one of the eldest planets to be worshipped. See, there is in the mythologies, like I said, there's genealogies, just like we have genealogies of families that came before us, our grandfathers, great-grandfathers, great-great-grandfathers. They do the same thing in the mythologies. They just don't pop up like here and there. They have their families and they have their children and their sisters and brothers. The Greek or Roman sources, Zeus and Metis. Apollodorus also says the same thing. Or born from the head of Zeus, according to Hesiod, Theogony, and Apollodorus. They say that Velikovsky made it up. The people that come up with the polar configuration. Velikovsky did not make it up. He was just saying Zeus and Metis. Venus was born probably from Zeus because this is what he read in the mythologies. Yes. And how can they post? So that's when the people on Earth saw Venus. See, that's how the stories are. They're going by what humans were seeing.
Correct.
So first they saw Jupiter, then they saw Venus.
Yeah,
and
but Athena isn't associated with Venus.
The picture. Mars hadn't even come up into the picture until 800 BC. Okay.
Yeah, right.
Seriously.
But Mars
in the
wasn't even a noted
and being worshipped.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Because
Venus started being worshipped like 2,000 years. Well, 1500 is when she turned into Medusa, because that's when we interacted with her. So what does that mean? That Venus was not Medusa? Was Venus just a regular star and planet?
Well,
that's something we have to think about.
Venus.
No.
All of these were part of the
According to the mythologies.
They were all part of
the
But Athena is associated with the moon, not Venus.
No, you're wrong. But we'll get to the next one. Yes, later on, yes.
I guess one of the points, Tess, is I guess one of the criticisms of Velikovsky is he didn't use enough mythology, and he didn't figure out his postulations to compare. Because right now I'm hearing Roman, Greek, and biblical, and that's the point of it all. Because everything you're saying, can we fit it into the Egyptian?
Yes.
Does it all fit?
Okay.
Because I ain't never heard of Uranus or Neptune.
Listen.
In the Egyptian mythology.
Do you know who the Minoans? Do you know who the Minoans are?
Yeah.
King Minos.
Yeah.
Okay, they are not fiction. They're real. They're a real.
I'm well aware
culture.
of them. Yeah.
Yes.
Minoans. I went there to Knossos, where it survived. That was the palace probably of King Minos, and he was real. Minos, that's where the name Minoans come from. That's where the Minotaur comes from. Well, that is the time of the Venus events. That's the time when Medusa appeared, and the Minotaur appeared, and also Hercules. Hercules was trying to go and kill the Minotaur.
Now you're at the right point. Okay, so all of what you're just talking about right there, we're all if Mars wasn't even mentioned and Hercules is, what the problem is that we're actually looking at this, that these objects were all still part of the same quote unquote thing. So you're looking at an eye in the sky, looking down from the north.
No, not at all. No.
You just described the labels of Hercules.
No, Saturn. Well, then you don't know them. Saturn had already been dethroned. You said you don't know mythology. Saturn had been dethroned already for a long time.
Wow.
Saturn was already dethroned. So how could he be the main god if he was already thrown? Jesus. Zeus was the main god. He was a god being worshipped.
What time are we talking about here? The
about the
labels of
time
Hercules?
of King Minos. About the time of King Minos.
Okay,
yes,
I honestly do not know when that was.
Atlas. Okay, Hercules helped. Hercules asked Atlas,
to take over,
which is Neptune, to help him go retrieve the three planets, which was Medusa, which is Venus.
Atlas is just a squatter, man. There's no planet there. Ta is just the aurora.
It's Neptune.
It's not a
you have to read, but you have to read the mythologies, and it's the same. It's the equivalent. It was just created in a different place. He was the king of Atlantis, so he made his own story. Okay, but it's the same three. The same three are the Gorgons: Medusa, Steno, and Ariel. Those who the three apples, golden apples are in this story. So it's at the same time as Hercules. And I know that's why people get confused, but if you read them and you put them together, then it all makes sense, and it's at the same time. So what I'm trying to say is that Venus is coming up around this time, around the time of the Minoans, and the Minoan kingdom sank allegedly from historic records, in the time of when Santorini erupted, which is around 1400 BC. Around there, give or take, because like Sean is saying, and we're saying the time, the way we're counting, it's probably not correct. But let's just call it that because that's how we are being calling it. Then I'm going to move on. And they don't know that the original Greek Aphrodite was syncretized, made to be the same as with the Roman Venus. See, the Roman Venus is the one who was called Aphrodite Venus. That's only the Romans. The Romans in 60 BC. 60 BC, that's almost 2,000 years ago, as late as 60 BC. When Cicero is the one who did this. He's the troublemaker. He was trying to help. He was a politician. He was like a lawyer or like an orator.
I'm well aware of who Cicero is.
Mm-hmm. He was in a political move to help Julius Caesar. Now, the Caesars were a noble family who were claiming to be descendants from Athena or from Venus. They called her Venus. But Athena...
We just call them assholes. That's what they were to me. But
yes.
No wonder he wanted to marry the Queen of Egypt. That was good, wasn't it? That was a good plan for him. It's like, I'm gonna go to another country and I'm gonna marry their queen. And yes, that's how this is gonna go. I've got this whole planned out.
So Julius Caesar needed to become the Caesar of Rome, and they were obviously fighting. Many people were fighting as usual to be the main guy always, the king or the emperor or the Caesar. So we had Cicero tweaked the genealogies so he could show direct descent through Aeneas.
Well, that's his job.
Venus through Aeneas, who was a prince of Troy. He didn't found Rome, actually. Rome was founded by Romulus and Remo. But he went to Rome.
Do you mean Jupiter and Saturn? I don't know.
No, Romulus and Remus were two people that came from the destroy. It was all ruined by the planets, catastrophe. So they were.
The Etruscans got smoked by a 5-mile wide lightning bolt. Yeah, I remember.
Okay, so it was around 8th century BC. 8th century BC, mm-hmm. And that's around the time that Aeneas came to Rome or went to Rome. Mm-hmm. And he needed to have that link so he could say, I am the rightful heir to the throne or whatever.
Yeah, my blood is from the gods.
And
worship
that's when they changed and they created Aphrodite Venus. But before that, Aphrodite was the moon and Venus was Athena or the planet Venus. That's just the Greek name. There are other countries other cultures have different names, of course, as you all know. Now, therefore, Venus, Medusa, Athena, or neither Ares or Mars existed in any mythologies as the older planets. They were the younger kids. They were the grandchildren.
That's correct, yeah.
And And they couldn't have existed at the beginning of the polar configuration because they would have been the grandparent. There would have been granny and grandpa, not the little cute child, newborn.
But I don't think that. Remember, his children were on the outside of him like a bunch of rings, but in the middle, if they were lined up, they're all three of them were the same object to them. And the eye, like the iris moved, and then when the Venus behind it got the streamers, things got weird. And then we're talking about actually having that's the armor of God stuff. I mean, it's very powerful crap.
That doesn't say, that's not said in the mythologies. I'm just going by the mythologies.
Well, we're talking about. They're talking about stuff that's probably if you're talking about 800 BC, we're talking about stuff that's probably 2,500 or more older than that.
800 BC. Okay, 800 BC is when Venus and Mars and the Moon and Earth interacted in the Odyssey and the Iliad, and it's very clear that the ones fighting, very, very, very clear.
Right, but they're not glowing too much at this point.
Yeah.
Aren't the Odyssey and the Iliad later recreations of what took place in the sky, taken from myths?
Recreations. No, it was at that time. It was written at that time. Okay, historians write these things because they were putting it on paper, not on paper, on parchment or on stone to leave as for posterity, because that's what they were experiencing. That's when it appears. It would have appeared way before. There's no Hindu gods of Ares or Mars that existed when Buddha or Mercury existed, or, back then. They were not born yet. The same in the Aztec mythologies. Those gods of
right,
war,
but there's a difference.
Later on.
There's a difference when the planets change. They get, like, when one planet is changed into another planet, like, for example, when the fires, Hephaestus above, became something you could see, they said that the one was died and the other one was born. That might not be true. It's just that it changed. Like they can't recognize the difference between a plasmoid and a planet until it goes out, and you can see the little dot in the middle, and that little dot is actually what comes up later.
We won't know. You're correct, but I'm just going by what the mythology. Okay, listen. If they're saying they're basing this in mythology, that's one thing. And I'm saying it doesn't match the mythology. Well, that's all I'm saying. It doesn't match the order of the
I think that you are actually worried about it more than, I mean, these people are good, but what you're saying, and this is, I've tried to explain this to Jim Wenigers, who's actually here right now. You're the one who discovered it. If you need to, change it. I mean, it's not like, I mean, if you figured it out, and the things don't match, then yeah, you have to write something and critique it. And I totally agree. Now, I know some of the stories, and I know some of the possibilities here, and I have to sort of kind of keep them in my head. But obviously, someone like yourself doesn't need to keep other people. You want to know the truth, so you're going to dig into it with people like James and stuff and actually knock the numbers out. That's not something I obviously have a desire to do. I'll tell you how to calculate the amount of current that's going through it or something, but well, I did. Thank you. And that's why, and thank you for letting me ask these questions. I think you're wonderful, all of you, for being open to this, because I know it's probably not easy, but it's just, it's just a need that I have. And if I'm wrong, I might be wrong, but maybe I'm onto something and I just need to share it with you guys. Let me tell you. Put it out there for people to look at and think. What Jim told me was really nice a while ago. He was actually arguing about, if I'm not mistaken, it was about the how they didn't pay much homage to Newton. And of course, I was like, well, I don't think so. And I had to, try to pull him back from actually disliking that. But then he pointed something else out to me where he said, this is nothing compared to what like Newton and them got into. If you're thinking this is a debate, I mean, these people are just slightly miffed at each other. I mean, compared to before, they threw punches. Yeah, they were like, I mean, Tycho Brahe lost a nose, but like these people were shooting at each other because they didn't like each other. So, it's just. Well, and the sauce was flowing too, right? Yeah, well, right. Probably. I mean,
I still have some questions for you, Tess, when you get a second.
Yes.
I'm done talking. Go ahead, guys.
Okay, let me just say this. Helios is another case of syncretization with Saturn after 2000 BC, but only by the Chaldeans. They syncretized Helios with Saturn, who were worshippers of Enki, Saturn, and Marduk, who was Jupiter. As Eve Cochrane stated, and scholars of mythology are not even certain that Saturn was ever a son of Earth, much less Earth's original sun. And below I have the full quote from the Gaia show he did on Gaia. Here, I'll say it. Eve Cochrane on Gaia's Electric Universe. That's the name of the show, Electric Universe, season 1, episode 3.
Oh, I watched
At minute 20:56 said, the scholars who are doing multiple, they're looking at all the mythologies of the world, right? Have uncertainty about Saturn having been the original sun, or even being called the sun, due to the fact that most world mythologies didn't refer to Saturn as the original sun. And Eve Cochrane gives an example of the Maya and the Aztec mythology that they don't even mention Saturn at all. But he fails to mention that the Maya and the Aztec do have the legend of the 5 suns, where their ancestors experienced 4 different suns previous to our present sun. So we're in the age of the 5th sun. Okay, go ahead, Michael. Michael?
Yeah, hi.
Thank you.
The first thing I was thinking was, you mentioned the flat plate concept, and I think that I was really interested in that. That really piqued my interest, and I wondered if that. And you mentioned that there was a disconnect potentially, that there was a difference in perspective that was in play, and I wondered if that could be translated in one of my little pet theories, the idea of the spiral sort of action of the universe as opposed to the cyclical action of the universe, and that we oftentimes misunderstand things that are cyclical, i.e. plate-like in repetition, to things that are actually spiral and therefore repeating in circle but existing differently in space around each revolution. So if the reason that the distinction is relevant is because it affects perception, obviously. And there are all sorts of cosmological, sort of things that happen when you travel in a spiral through space, as far as how space looks to you at any given time, as compared to if we were just on a plate going in circles. That obviously is would not sort of match what we see. So that was my first thought, and I wondered if that was a way of looking at things. The plate idea being your suggestion, but the flat, versus the spiral, I think is a sort of I guess it's important for us all to really realize that the paradigm has not completely changed. That there's some of our theories are based on the flat plate idea, and really the paradigm has shifted to this spiral concept, and not only just. And so I wonder if that's a way to sort of make that connection, to articulate the connection that you were trying to get at. Secondly,
I'm with you on that. I agree with you.
I'm here to help. I'm here to help.
Thank you.
So the second thing is the Shekinah glory. I wonder if that's what you were talking about with the Shekinah, or whatever the hell your accent is trying to bring out. Is it the same? I'm assuming that it's the same, because I spent some time sort of as a Christian, and one of the and it was a sort of evangelical sort of, it was a kind of a gospel church. And so this idea was that there was the Shekinah glory, is what they called it, which was the shine of the Holy Spirit that was upon you.
That's it.
That it could be actually seen from the pulpit. It was often said that the choir was filled with the Shekinah, or filled with the glory. And it was a spiritual concept that was played with a lot in the context of the church service. But I believe, and I suspect strongly, and I think I hear you saying, that these are one and the same concepts, that the shine, the Shekinah. And how do you pronounce that word?
Well, I was pronouncing it like you are. That's how evangelical
okay.
Christians pronounce it.
Cool.
Shekinah.
Okay, so,
but then a person that heard me say that and they spoke Hebrew said, "Oh, what is she saying? No. Say it correctly." So I went to watch a video. How do you pronounce that? And it's Shekinah.
Shekinah. Well, that makes sense.
Correct.
So it's the same idea. I just wanted to sort of nail that home.
Well,
yes.
according to that,
and it seems to be the plasma. I think it is the plasma.
A woman or girl of Mexican origin or descent. I guess I'm pronouncing that wrong.
Yeah, you are.
Okay.
Hush up, Canada.
I don't know. It says Shekinah and Shekinah. I don't know.
Let's move on. What is it?
My third thing is this, Tess, right. and I'll let you get back to your presentation. But first, lastly, the I Goddess, Inanna, appears all over the place. The two-eyed goddess, and this is the subject of one of my newest sculptures. And so, I wanted to touch with you on the idea of the Inanna as I Goddess. Often alongside a familiar 8-petaled rosette, but there's just I actually posted some diagrams in the chat. But the Inanna is considered to be, I believe, Saturn.
Oh no! Well, no.
So it says the ancient Sumerians, for example, represented
not according to
Venus.
What I've read.
I'm sorry, Venus.
Venus.
The ancient Sumerians, for example, represented Venus as Inanna, the eye goddess, 8-pointed star, and 8-petaled flower or rosette. Considered the figurine represented figure 6, 1000 discovered by Max Mallowan during his excavations in the Inanna precinct at Uruk. Similar eye goddesses have been found throughout the ancient world, from Neolithic Europe to India, and then they were often used as cylinder seals. Depicting Inanna as an eye goddess, so it's basically two eyes.
Because she was part of the eye.
Yeah, and she was, and they feel pretty confident that they were depicting Venus.
It actually,
so it's just
here's a name for it, by the way. Someone posted the actual word.
Ishtar also was the similar one.
Right, in a terrible movie, but from. The Hebrew word, whatever you say, Shekinah there, means God's manifested glory or God's presence. In the later Jewish scholars, it is referred to as the dwelling place of God. So the bright light, the glory of God. I assume it's the glory of God, not. No, because it's the.
Well, that's what they say currently, right? That's what they say in churches.
Right. But I mean. But I'm trying to take it back to where it was, and if you think about it, it's the house of the Lord. It is the streamers that are coming around, and the Lord, of course, being Saturn in the sky. So then you have these streamers coming around it. If that's the case, that means it's basically the glory of God, or that really bright plasma that's coming out. And of course, it's the middle. The middle is blocked by Mars, but yeah.
Yes. And it came down like 6 times to Earth. If you read the Jewish dictionary and go to Shekinah or Shekinah, and it says that it came down to Earth to touch down, besides many other ways. Of course, it has been seen many different ways. But it came down when there was catastrophes. Mm-hmm. Every time when there was the Tower of Babel, or when there was the Moses event, or the Abraham, or the destruction of the Temple of... the Solomon. Anyways, but it's funny because every time there is a catastrophe, so it sounds like it's definitely a plasma discharge.
Oh yeah,
I agree.
It's arc light type of bright. Yeah, I think.
Yes, with Inanna, I have something just quickly to say about that. She is the granddaughter of Enlil, which was Saturn originally. Anu was Uranus, Saturn was Enlil, and then Jupiter was his son Inurta. And those were the original Sumerian ones. And then we'll get to that later when we talk about the second part with Sean. And let's finish these questions fast if we can.
I'm only going to say this right here.
Yes, she's Sumerian.
Just one second, really quick. I just noticed this. Is Shekinah 2 separate words? Shek being regards to Saturn and Inna being Venus?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
Well,
I don't know. I know Shek is another word.
See, to the Jewish, you have to see their genealogies because that explains a lot.
Yeah.
You have to look. I have in Mythos and Cosmogony on page 150, I think, is what I was going to look at into now, which is very important for later on and to understand all the mythologies and the gods and goddesses, is to look at the genealogies and then who worships who. And allegedly the Jewish people and, well, the tribe of Judah and the Hebrews, well, yes, they were descendants of Lilith. Lilith is the niece of Inanna. And they have the same mitochondrial. They have the mitochondrial DNA, the same, because all the women pass on the mtDNA, and the males pass the Y chromosome. That's the way we pass it on to our children. So a mom can never pass on her mtDNA to her son. Well, he will not pass it on. She can pass it to her son, but then her son will only pass his Y chromosome, and her daughter will only pass her mtDNA, which is her mom's. So the Jewish had the mother, the father, and the son, was a trinity. But when the Christians took over, or, yes, they were the ones victorious and taking over the planet, basically. Yes, they got rid of the mother. It's like, just get rid of her, and anything goddess and feminine, get rid of it, and we'll put the Holy Spirit instead. And that's what happened with that. But you have to go and read the genealogies with the legends
actually,
of the
that
Jews.
I agree with. This one, however, I just noticed the word, the presence of God in the world is another translation.
Because of
I thought that was good.
Yes.
Well, no, because I'm going with you, but it's like two holy words combined. But that wouldn't be the first time I've seen that.
Right.
So that's all I meant. Yeah.
It could be.
Anyway, I'm done. Sorry.
Right. Next question. Okay. Let's go to, what is the evidence that Venus was or is a water planet? And I don't know if that was just James pointing that out, or that it was born from Saturn. There were many floods in the past, not just one. And most likely all the gas giants flared and went nova, like Saturn did when it was captured, or when they were captured. And that is why they all have rings. Most planets have changed their axis as well because of the shock waves. When there's shock waves
I'm not sure about that, but the rest of it I'm okay with.
Or cometary, well, there was axis changes on Earth, definitely. They have been. And the pyramids are aligned to true north. There are groups of pyramids around the world that are aligned to different norths.
Build reps, yes. I'm with you on that.
Uh-huh.
I'm not. In fact, I'm not even arguing. But the reason I have to keep that as one of those. Actually, Jim again brought this to our attention. But Mario, I don't know where to fit him. I can't deny what he's found.
Well, it's like the evidence, right? It's evidence.
Right, but
it's evidence.
A lot of this is prior to what we're talking about now. Like,
not really.
Well,
no,
according
it's
to
not
his
that
ages.
Old.
Well, yeah, but that's according to him.
It's the pyramids in Mexico are like brand new. Are you serious?
I'm not telling you this. Mario Buildrep is telling you this.
They're made out of little blocks. They're not megalithic sites. They're not pre-diluvial. And the Mayans and the Aztecs tells you when they built them and how they were aligned. See, that's why you need to go and read about each place.
Yeah, but did they
you learn
actually
more.
repair them or actually make them?
Well, both.
And some of them are clearly old and electric, and some of them are modern and bullcrap. Like, they're just like memorials.
Exactly.
But the older ones are active, so to speak, or, you know.
And you know what they do in Mexico? They build on top of the old base that got destroyed, but the new alignment is different. Yes. Than the old base, and that tells you that the
But that's what I mean. I don't know where to fit his work in there, because his work starts with 6 different, or 5 at least, different poles, and over a period of 500,000 years. So,
well, that's too long. I don't agree with that, because but it's only the timeline. Just because he ruins the timeline, you cannot throw away all the other evidence.
I didn't throw it away. I obviously talk about it. Remember, I keep everything together all at once, including the conventional chronologies. I had to keep them all in my head. I do it with Skyrim, so I can do it with fictional worlds.
you have to go look at information, and people have a lot of good information, but sometimes their conclusions or all of the information is not
check
correct.
the sources,
And so you have
right?
to
You got to check the sources.
You have to take what makes sense, correlated to other things that you know from many, many sources and disciplines, not just from one, and try to fit it together and make source of it and sense of it. But yes, those pyramids in Mexico have been built in very different time periods, and they tell you which god and the calendar started and all of that. So anyways, so I'm just mentioning that.
I'd love for you to go over
Tess,
his work
I have
sometime,
a question for you.
Yes.
Have you looked into like ancient mosques? That was really important, obviously, for the Muslims to pray to the east, I believe. And so their mosques are often very carefully aligned.
And very pretty.
Beautiful.
Yeah, thank you. Shiny objects. I made them myself.
No, but
so
look at the mosque here. That's
God.
like Saturn.
I told you guys already, I'm God. So.
Saturn.
Wow.
So
they are only aligned to two places.
Where these
Mecca
mosques.
People, let Michael ask.
These are directions. These are directions. If Rick, you got to stop interrupting so much, bro. These are directions, and obviously east is related to north. And if you can look at how a mosque was built and its alignment, you can tell what the people who built it thought east was. And from there, you can imagine what they might have thought north looked like. That's my point.
Yes, I think you're right. They have also changed the way they pray. Did you know that?
Sorry, but from my understanding,
direction.
From my understanding, mosques are oriented toward Mecca and Medina.
Point. That's a good point. Okay.
I didn't hear that. What was that? What was that stuff? I'm sorry, I missed that.
The direction they pray.
Well, no, I know it's changed, but you said that you can, like, some of the buildings have been moved or something, or.
Well, some of the ancient mosques were built. See, there was a discrepancy between where Mecca was. Rick is right.
Of course.
It wasn't exactly east they were looking for. They were wanting to point toward Mecca. So politically, their idea of where Mecca actually was changed over the years. And so you can follow their perception of where they thought that direction was.
That's incorrect stuff.
Based on, well, let me finish what I'm saying. You can dispute me. You can see that they had different ideas about where Mecca was over time, and sometimes they split the difference because they had at one point two different opposing political ideas of where Mecca was.
Hey,
so
we
it's
had
not,
two
I'm not
popes
saying
that
I'm
try
not,
to kill each other. So
some of the mosques were actually built like exactly in between the two places that they thought were in dispute. But the point is that from that, if you can ascertain the information of direction that they were intending to obey, then you can get a sense of where north was in their minds, and that's all I'm saying.
Oh,
okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rick.
I have different information on that. Muslims, we know for a fact that the beginning of Islam was in Medina. Okay? All the mosques that were built in that time were oriented to point to Medina. Everything else after that time points at Mecca. Now, whether there's a variance of, where they thought Mecca was oriented to because in the ancient times, because obviously it wasn't exact like it is now. Well, because they moved the capital of Islam from Medina to Mecca.
Oh. Sorry, I thought it was like something actually fell down. I knew they worshipped the rock or something. I didn't get it.
It probably has something to do with the rock falling in Mecca.
Okay, thank you.
Because we know, but it's not a matter of whether Mecca or the rock or any of that. It's a matter of their capacity and willingness and intent on building their structures in a specific direction. And they did that by understanding the difference between north, south, east, and west. Their understanding of those concepts is now known to be flawed, but we understand the mistakes they made.
Well,
so because we can understand their logic and reasoning,
or the axis changed or the orbit moved or something.
We can ascertain information about the Earth's axis and true north based on some of these ancient mosques, is what I'm suggesting.
Yes. I think the people in ancient times didn't make mistakes. They were following what they had as the pointers of reference, and the best they could. And there's been so many changes that's why we just like now scientists go, oh, they didn't know, they couldn't calculate. They were dumb. They didn't really know. They were so good with their calculations and just look at the buildings and the pyramids and
right
the
here on the screen. Like, it's beautiful.
It's unbelievable. It's like, what are you talking about? Exactly.
Actually, to be perfectly fair to everyone here that we think that we're the smartest people that ever walked the face of the planet, we only know how to do math.
So true.
Okay, because of those dumb people. The ones that we are like bombing now or whatever, or we want to bomb later, like the Persians and the Arab cultures. I mean, they held on to everything. All the Greeks and Roman stuff, after we went and decided to burn ourselves or whatever the heck we did and have a bunch of plagues, they were like, I think we'll just hold on to this knowledge of optics. And obviously they keep a wonderful, their structures are, look at this. This is looking straight up. And that's literally the square, the Buddha squares that they draw practically. There's Saturn in the middle. It's just breathtaking.
Saturn.
Sacred geometry at the very least.
Well, or the pole. You can call it whatever you want. I obviously have a Saturnian idea here.
You're Saturn obsessed.
Well, they're talking. They put a big thing with plasmoids around it. It kind of looks like one to me, but
so is most of the world. And its mythologies.
No, it's okay.
But remember, we still have those big balls, like with lines on them, on top of every bedpost when I was growing up. So it's so odd that we suddenly stopped doing that. Like even beds, until recently, I remember my bed when I got in the 70s still had, it was made of square pine or whatever, but they still rounded these two bedposts at the end, which is pointless, by the way, completely pointless to do that. It's much better to have them completely rounded so that when you fall over in the middle of the night and smack your head against it, you're not going to die. But these people had these balls everywhere and round circles above every door with two pillars in front, everywhere. Every old building I ever saw had that. So that's a lot of symbolism for remembering just for the common folk, if you know what I mean. Anyway,
all right, let's move on to the next question. Why do they state that comets are only small pieces of carved material from Mars when the ancients, the historians, and the cometographers state that comets can be as big as the moon or Venus?
Comets can be that big.
Comets.
Yeah, but there's no disagreement about that.
Well, because asteroids are bigger, comets are smaller, essentially.
Well, not to us, though. If an asteroid comes in, it gets really big.
And they don't only come from Mars; they came from Venus's birth as well. So
actually,
or just excavated, either excavated from planets, but they're charged with rocks. They're charged either way. It's not just from
And if
Mars,
we were more highly charged, we would also have, and for example, I'll give you an example of this. In the Tunguska blast in 1908, for 3 or 4 days prior to the event, the auroras of the Earth were freaking out because we had electrically sensed it like many days before it actually impacted. That was one of my first realizations of the electric universe, because I had to deal with that, because they talked about this aurora and I'm sitting there going, no, it didn't hit yet. If it didn't hit, it can't affect it. And that was you cannot have action at a distance. And then I realized,
your wake-up call.
Yes, exactly. And then I realized, wait, the auroras are going nuts because this charged body has now entered into the electric field of the Earth, and now it's going around. The charged particles are being fed towards the poles, which they should. This is the idea I'm having, of course, with comets. So a comet is the same thing. If it just came by the Earth and started coming towards us and suddenly had a tail grow, it would be very large if it was quite close to us. And
we should talk about these later, because in the video that you showed us this morning that you shared, I put the link in there. But the guy the man who was writing this, it was actually a priest who was typing. Excuse me.
Yeah, I don't think you
Someone's
realize
making
stuff
a
that you're
rattle.
typing like crazy.
Is that me?
Yes, you.
Yeah.
Oh shit, it is. Damn it, I'm sorry.
Okay, the auroras, this W.E. Clark, Reverend, said the auroras and the shooting stars were completely related because he saw the auroras. Well, this is what he saw.
I think I have that book open.
Have been coming through the solar. Well, wait.
It's okay.
Go
ahead.
Okay, so what he says is that he looked at the well, you have to open it and see it there, but he saw the auroras, or a stream of light, and I'm thinking if Earth could be discharging the current of the comet that he's calling auroras, because then at the same time the declination of the needle, so he had a compass, changed, increased, and he went up towards exactly to where the shooting stars, or the tail of the comet was, which was the constellation of Leo.
Right.
Earth is accepting the current. Earth is accepting the current from the comet.
So check that out. So that's very interesting.
Oh yeah,
so
it was coming right.
Not only the sun will cause auroras, but a comet, the comet tail, was causing this aurora, what he called an aurora.
Well, he was actually talking about, if I'm recalling the conversation correctly, and I could be wrong, he was pointing at where they were coming from, the constellation Leo. But with all of them coming down at once,
which is the tail of the comet.
Well, yes, but that's where they would, quote unquote, all be coming from. Get my meaning?
Yeah, that's the electromagnetic field.
Right.
Anyways, we can talk about that later.
The end result is that Ampere's law says yes, that's what it should do, and if it's more than the 0.02005 Teslas of the Earth, it would totally attract that magnet. Totally.
Okay, cool. Maybe we should get through these questions and then get to more good stuff, because there's a lot of good stuff, and I want to talk about the second part.
We might have to do more one of these, yeah. Anyway, keep going.
Yes. Okay. Why do they dismiss that the gods were real human rulers? They're just humans. They're nothing special. They're humans. They might have a little different with their blood type, but they were humans, as well as representing planets, because that's how they got their power. And as told by historians throughout time, everyone in history tells you they descend from the gods or the lords. The Greeks called them the gods, but no one else called them gods until the Greeks. They were the lords, the Lord. Even Lord Buddha, Lord Krishna, the lords also they call them the lords. Why did they dismiss all the historical events described in mythologies and sacred texts, like the Trojan War and the destruction of the Minoans, when they have been unearthed and proven as historical fact? And instead, they state mythology is all fantasy and came up with the archetype meme. That really bothers me, because on the one hand, they said, oh, mythology, we're basing this in mythology, and mythology is real because the planets were real, the stories were real. But then they disregard that mythology is a combination of the rulers combined with the stories of the planets, what was the catastrophes and what the planets were doing. And that's what it is. And it's like encoded. That's why the mythologies can't be taken literally, of course, because we know it's plasma physics involved with them. There was no castration and eating of their children. It was planets. But it was linked to real humans who created these stories to match their lines and their families. And over in history, it's told to us throughout whole history, from the most ancient times to the most recent times, in all over the world. I don't understand.
Well, your first question was about archetypes.
They're doing that.
Well, I'll tell you.
I don't understand why they dismissed that.
Carl Jung, started this whole thing. Jung. But wait for it, it gets better. And Sigmund Freud. So these people are together. There's a whole inward introspection of the mind thing going on in the 1890s, which, by the way, led to the fanciful bullshit we now call relativity. So this and of course now we call cosmology or conventional cosmology. This problem that we're looking at here is that introspection was never a part of human beings before. We didn't even think that way. Like we were very, I mean, we could have philosophies, but to actually start developing words like our psyche, our id, our ego, things that we have concepts for now, they were not really concepts then. So this whole thing is where Carl Jung said, I got a great idea. I'm going to take the bullshit about wanting to have sex with your mother and Oedipus stuff, and you over here with sex is the problem with everything, and I'm just going to take mythology and write on top of it this archetype thing. And that's what he did. That's what he did. That's I can say that we go through fads, and that was a fad.
Jung. I'm talking about the people that created the polar configuration. Okay, David Talbot.
Oh, okay. I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about the archetypes, like actual archetypes of Carl Jung.
Exactly. I know all the archetypes. And I forgot to say that the word mythology or mythos, it meant story, saga, discourse. It was all historic based.
Yes.
Of course, it was tweaked.
Legends
but it was
didn't
historic,
mean fake.
A historic fact until 1840. In 1840, in France, somebody decided to go to the dictionaries and change the meaning and put in there fiction, fictitious character or event. Did you know that? That until 1840, the meaning of mythos. You can go to the etymology dictionary, etymology, and put mythos. It's all over my books, and that's what happened. And in the 1840s, everything you're saying came up. So it was like a cover-up. Let's just cover up all of history and create all this crazy stuff.
I thought, yeah.
To just cover it up and just make it all into fantasy so people cannot understand their origins.
Yeah, they put it into the religion area and said science is this, religion is that. And that was it.
Yes, but that's what it happened. So, but anyways, you don't have to answer because it's not your thing. I'm just putting it out there because you guys didn't create the polar configuration model. But I thought that was.
I guess too. What happens is I think why Dave Talbot said this is so important to set the foundation of the Saturn myth, is to start to separate the mythology and at least have a foundation of the planet gods. So like for me, for example, when I'm reading, whether it's Greek mythology or especially Egyptian mythology, I don't see everything as a planet. It's not a planet because the overarching story that they told was about the netherworld and the underworld. So all these things are happening within what they're calling the netherworld. So like spell 336 from the coffin text is what Dave always goes to when Sekhmet was laying down fire and streams and flames of fire. Nu is also mentioned in spell 336. So is Shu and Tefnut. I don't see Shu and Tefnut and Nu as a planet at all. But every time a female deity is used in the Egyptian text, it's always associated with fire though. Isis is. In the stories of the netherworld, her realm is the realm of fire. Her realm isn't the realm of what they call water, which is actually heaven in the Hebrew language. Julian pointed that out in his video, the Jupiter myth, Esh and Mayim, fire and water.
Kind of odd that I'm looking at that.
It's like they deified everything, and they try to make a connection to, the planet, if you will. But then it's like, whoa. So every time they're talking about Isis in the stories of the underworld, she has a knife. She's cutting people's heads off. But the peregrine falcon in the Duat story, which is I always talk about the fifth hour of that story. Sokar is in a cartouche, basically riding on top of a multicolored serpent, which is a boat. It's called a cavern, and the realm of fire within the cavern that's lighting it up is Isis's realm. So it's like, okay, that's fire. It's not a planet. It's just being associated with something that's associated with Venus as fire. and I can see that they're using Acre as the Aket, which is the Twin Peak mountain. The art starts to change. Me and Rick, I kind of showed him some pictures yesterday, how these archetypes, spread and span the globe. But this isn't talking about planets right here. This isn't talking about planets at all. I don't even see it as
Okay, so
it just helps me.
okay.
It helps me. Then it helps me
I see what you're
establish a
saying.
foundation. So when I'm reading, the pyramid text, and I see Kepri, I'm not looking at Kepri as a planet. I'm not looking at any of the other deities as planets. I'm looking at something associated, which would be plasma, an electrified environment, a completely different environment, and they're trying to describe something to us that we're really not picturing that well. Just not the planets and the titans and the wars and the planets did this and the planets did that.
Okay.
That's a good foundation, but then when you start to get deeper into it, it's like, okay, I see where the associations are coming from. Anytime I see, okay, for example, this might bug you guys out, but if I see Horus, Anubis, Set, I'm looking at different aspects of the planet Mars, and people be like, well,
I'm
wait a
looking
minute.
at the set of SG1, but
yeah, like, wait a minute. So this character, when it's this person, seems like it could be a personification of Mars, like 5 different ways. It's almost like Spider-Man and Venom. It's both Spider-Man, but one is the alter ego of the other. It's not.
Janus had that. Did he multiple faces?
I'm able to take the Saturn myth and then go into these texts and then go into the art and kind of start separating things, because they're really talking about the underworld the whole time. Like the Egyptians coming right from the beginning. In the underworld, when Horus was XYZ and blah, 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 and it's like, wait a minute, what's the underworld? What's the netherworld? And what are you talking about? It doesn't ever come. It never set. The story is never set up in a way that it's like there was it doesn't. There was Saturn above the clouds in the sky, and then there's this long mountain that looked like it was sitting on this Ben. Then all of a sudden, the story doesn't even start that way. It's like goes right to the meaty part. Like, wait a minute, okay. Planets,
okay, but you're not answering my question. You're getting into very cool mythology, and yes, mythologies they are full of amazing stories and stuff. But what I'm trying to say is that people need to go and pay attention that historians and rulers say they're descended from the gods, and they were real people.
Was Menes real? Was Hercules real? I don't think Menes and Narmer was a person.
Of course they were.
Okay, but then they're seeing themselves as these planetary gods and then the associated power with them, and they're kind of bugged out. I don't see them as like acting like we are or thinking like we are
that's
today.
just what you. That's what you just.
They were egotistical people, and they wanted to make themselves grandiose. So they did all this amazing stuff. That was happening in the beautiful, amazing universe that we live in. It was very chaotic and full of crazy stuff. So they took all that magnificent things and they made it put their names on them. It's very simple. It's not very complicated.
No, that actually, I actually see that too.
That's what happened.
Sure, everybody did that. I think everybody did that. Everybody was doing that. It's like that. It's like that in the Bible. It's like that in everybody's mythologies, where they're people, but they are these characters. Whether they
exactly. So that's all I wanted to know, and I agree with you. There's a lot of deep meaning in all of the religions and the Egyptian information. It's amazing. But I'm just trying to separate the fact that they were people pretending to be these amazing planets and plasma formations. And they also came up with very cool descriptions of everything, spirituality and everything, just like the Hindus. But they just wanted to control people. So that's why they did say, I am those planets, I am the plasma, I am the Shekinah, I am the throne of heaven, God's throne of heaven. It was the stars, the different planets. That's all I'm pointing to.
I'm not saying it. Because I'm not saying it like I'm Hercules, and like Hercules was a real dude, like, which is a deity. Like,
did you know that the Scythians say that they were descendants of Hercules?
Of course they do.
Sure. I mean, in the same way,
Hercules is squatter man.
He was a person too.
So
He
again,
was a man back.
when you look at it,
Yes.
They would
Oh,
just
Hercules,
automatically
Yes.
associate
Waterman.
themselves.
Defiant, of course. Well, that is a problem with all of you guys, but I understand that you
no,
have
so
to,
like
you just
it's
don't
fine
want to
because then
believe it.
even when you look at it, we look at Akhenaten's name was Amenhotep, I think the fourth. He changed his name to Akhenaten, but then you have the Seti family; they're deifying Set, and you have people that are deifying Amen. There was, to me, no uniform way of quote unquote worshiping. No, these guys were just, these kings were just taking these titles, and there's a difference between a title and a name is another thing. But they're taking these titles and applying them to themselves,
Right.
and that's just what they were doing, man.
Yes.
Like they're just applying
Of
these titles to themselves. No,
course.
wait a minute. I descend from
Yes.
Narmer Menes and the Scorpion King are like the one and the same person.
And
Yeah.
they
It's like-
lied also, because the people who you just have to look at kingship, at just a royalty. You just have to look at royalty in the last 400 years and just see what they say and how they talk. That's all you have
No,
to do.
you're absolutely
Even
right on
And
that.
you would be a
That's all I-
god, and you would be a
that's all I
god king
want-
at that time if you lived to be 75 years old. Essentially,
That's
you'd
all
be
I
the
wanted
man.
to point out.
Yeah, you be the man. Like I'm 75 years old, and because people obviously I've looked
And I also wanted to point out that
in the
all
industrial
these-
era dying at 35 and 40, like and just because of modern medicine, we're living longer now, and it's
We
like
got to
okay, if you
remember
live
that
long,
they
like,
didn't. We got to also remember that these people who were doing this for the purposes of adopting or getting power by saying, no, I'm descended from blah. Okay, we got to understand that not only did the Romans not really think like us, but they really didn't think like us like 2,700 years ago. Like these people, it might be better to say that they were channeling it as opposed to imitating. Because imitating, you're faking it. These people believed it sometimes. They believed they were walking gods because they go, no. I am literally connected to this thing in the sky. It's talking to me, telling me what to do. I'm schizophrenic out of my mind, and you are too. Worship me.
Yes.
So
they're talking about the bloodline, the actual bloodline, because of the Y chromosome. And a lot of them were lying. They were not even descendants from them.
Well, obviously.
They were lying. But that was the way it is. That's why Y chromosome and the male and the firstborn is so important. That's why.
Yeah.
That's why all
I thought
these
it was just the strongest
tribes
kid.
were not allowed to mix with other tribes because they were trying to keep the Y chromosome and the mtDNA pure. That's all. It's very simple. It's not a big deal. I don't know why people
I don't
are like,
even
oh,
think
no,
that they
didn't.
understood half of that.
Yeah, I see
They
the
didn't
firstborn
accept that.
being important these days
Well,
very
that's what they
differently.
were following. That's what they were following.
Yeah.
I'm saying that's how they go. That's how the kingship works. It's not what we do or we believe. It's how they worked and what they believe and what they say. That's what I'm pointing to. And there was no gods. There's never been gods here. And that's what I'm pointing to. They're just humans with knowledge, with a lot of knowledge that the rest of us didn't have. And they were clever, very clever. They came up with these amazing stories, and people believed everything. And look at us, even till now. But I want to move on to the next question because, we could spend like forever, obviously, trying to discuss this. But that's my point of view, and I respect your point of view. Why? I'm just saying historians and themselves say something different, but that's all. 9, why do they make all the different catastrophes to have taken place in one single event, circa, you can say 11,000 years ago, before they thought it was 5,000 years ago, which I didn't read the history of the polar configuration, which I can read also so people know, because nobody knows anything. And I think that's kind of sad. They just follow this belief, this group, because it's very cool, because I know the electric universe is fabulous and I love it and it's wonderful and it's definitely much more true than anything we've been told. But then they don't go and research anything. They don't know anything of the history. So I wanted to read that really quickly, and maybe I should do it now before you guys answer. But
Sure.
Okay, so people know and get informed. All right, so let's see, let me get to it. So a little bit of history. And this was taken from Jane O'Cook's Saturnian Cosmology, Chapter 3, the Osiris Mystery. from saturniancosmology.org and everythingiselectric.com. Thornhill proposed in 2001 that the Saturnian system, including planets Earth and Mars, and he doesn't believe that Venus was part of this group, first entered the solar system about 3,200 BC and approached from below at an angle of 24 degrees to the ecliptic. After a relatively quiet period during the era of the gods, the three planets would join the solar planets, although not until a number of violent interactions displaced Saturn, Mercury, and Mars to more distant locations, plus a relocation of the nearby Jupiter. Thornhill estimates that the corkscrewing action would have taken less than 300 years, which means the polar configuration and the fight between the gods. That's what I'm understanding from this. Then, David Talbot initially sought to disprove Velikovsky's notion that Earth had at one time been a satellite of Saturn, which cracks me up. I think it's so funny. But 20 years, so he sought to disprove Velikovsky, saying, no, Earth was not a satellite of Saturn. But then 20 years later, he was solidly convinced otherwise. And then he published The Saturn Myth in 1980. And I was like, what? No, that's okay. I was just like shocked. In 1960, David Talbot started investigating the ancient literature of Mesopotamia and Egypt, and soon came to the conclusion that, in fact, Saturn had stood in the sky ablaze like a sun during an earlier period, recalled by people of the second and third millennium BC. So again, second and third millennium BC. The ending of the era of the gods in 3147 BC. Talbot concluded that before about 3000 BC, Saturn had stood over the North Pole of Earth as an immense globe connected to Earth with a stream of dust or water, with Mars in an intermediate position. Thornhill suggested an initiation of the signs in the sky in 3200 BC and a demise within a few hundred years. But in Walt Thornhill, in his latest interview, well, one of his latest interviews, of course he does a lot of interviews, in 2019 with Rex, at minute 52:11, he says that the timing of the capture of Saturn's system with orbiting planets, regularly orbiting planets, is the same as the last ice age. But now he puts it at 12,000 years ago. So he changed his timeline like drastically, like half. When big changes, well, I tell you why. When big changes in temperature indicated that we were in an elliptical orbit for a short time. The problem here is that the calculations of the last age by mainstream are based in an assumption that ice sheets have been intact in the same place for millions of years, not even 12,000 years old. And upon studying the scientific sources found in the work that I have and in the buildup of ice, which we're going to talk also in the dating, I think it's very important. See, the way they date it currently is that one layer of ice is 1 year. That's what the mainstream scientists say. But if you're someone who's been a ski instructor or has had anything to do with being in a place where it snows and ice forms and layers form, they know that one layer of ice can form in one storm, because they study that because of the avalanches. So they need to know exactly what's going on with the ice and the snow and all of that. And how many, so think about that. One layer.
Well, it would shorten the timeline majorly.
One storm, one layer, compared to 1 year. And how many storms? Usually a storm would last during the winter time. And we're not even talking about Antarctica, which is 6 months of winter or whatever, although it's dry over there. But the North Pole, it rains more. Yeah, it could be between 2 and 5 days for a storm, one storm, 2 to 5 days, 2 to 5 days.
Oh, I was going to tell you there's about 7 per year. That's all I was going to tell you. That's
well, depending on where you are, right? So that just drastically throws out the window any calculations of the 12,000 last, the ice age and the ice cores. Let's look at the ice core. Let's take it out. Okay, so let's see how many layers do we have in this core. And then they say, okay, well, this was in the last 100,000 years. You see what I'm saying? That's
you don't
scary.
have to convince me. One of the things that I thought was very, number one, I just can't date that, although I would like to, because I don't know enough of the science of that particular process to challenge it. However, my I guess you could say doubt came when I heard that they found some planes in Antarctica. And these planes had landed somewhere on the coast and in the 40s, and they found them in the 80s or something, and they were under 120 feet of ice. Now, when I said that, I was like, whoa, what? How? So I began to realize that the stories that we have, because it's only like a few miles thick, so what are you talking about here? How much ice, so how far back can you go if 130 years is 120 feet? What's going on here?
Exactly. I was going to mention that I have that story here. I can read it to you. It's very short. It's let's see. Okay, here it is. Okay, in 1992 and 2011. There was an expeditions by an American nonprofit organization to locate and exhume 2 World Wars from the Second World War P-38 Lightning airplanes that went down in Greenland while on mission 50 years before in 1943.
Actually, this is the same thing. I guess it wasn't Arctic, it was Greenland.
When they did, yeah, that's the same. When they did finally get to set up a team with the proper equipment, they found that they thought they were going to be right there, with just a little bit of ice. They found that both planes were well under the ice, and they had to cut into this ice to retrieve them. When they counted the layers of ice, they discovered there was over 300 feet of ice. This story is a good
I guess
example.
It wasn't 120 meters then, 300 feet. Sorry.
Oh, you were pretty good. It's a good example of how incorrect the required time of buildup is.
I couldn't believe it would be 300 feet.
Any ice core time, yes.
That's what's probably my problem was. I was like, it had to be 120 feet. It couldn't be 120 meters. Oh, it was. Oh,
yep.
That's deep.
300 feet. So anyways, maybe we can just move on to the last question so we can get this over with. I'm sure everyone's
this is just amazing. It's so amazing. So. But this tells you what we should. Yeah, you have to have the perspective to challenge it at the beginning, and that's you're going one step beyond. You're actually, like others here, have gone to take a part of that and find the nugget of truth in it, and that is sort of what I'm feeling here. Is that you want to know, you want to go deeper into this, and there's clearly, some people who are on your level that I would point you out to. You guys should form a team. Anyway, keep going. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. That's kind of you. Okay, now from what I have found in my research with looking at the comet sightings, let's forget the past and 11,000 years ago, because that's a long time and it's very far, or even 3,000 years ago. But I have to say that I agree with Sean on everything. Then it gets shorter, because if that's the ice that forms how fast, everything has to be recalculated, and the years, but we'll get into that hopefully very soon, about counting time, how far ago this happened, everything that is told, like the cultures, according to civilizations, and this catastrophe happened on Noah's flood, or the flood of Deucalion, or this or that. Anyways, but I was going to point out, it's like a question and a comment saying that I found that the cosmic mountain, I found it in so many places as a symbol, for example, in Venus and Tanit. That was the same as the cosmic mountain. So what they're saying, I understand that because they say Venus was seen at that time, so therefore that was the cosmic mountain. Well, what I saw is that people then were seeing the cosmic mountain as early as 500, 600 BC and 500 AD and in 1000 AD, and there was no polar configuration. Or am I wrong? Were we in the polar configuration then? I don't think so. So it's Venus. It was the way Venus looked, the way it was discharging. Very simple. It had a disc at the top. The tails were like 7 tails at the bottom, which were like a pyramid, and they were fiery. They looked many ways, depending on how they were discharging the Birkeland currents of Earth or of the solar system. They look different. All comets look different. Even like changing, they would change. One moment they would look this way. In 5 hours, they would look another way. But the cosmic mountain was Venus with its disc at the top, sometimes portrayed with little tiny like petals or flowers or flames, or they also portrayed it without the flames, just the disc. And then the arms are 2 tails that they're starting to form that are going to go up like horns because they're going to discharge the next Birkeland current that it's up there. It's very simple. It's not like a brain like, oh my God, I can't figure this out. It's so simple. It's just the way the tails of the comet are discharging. And if they're pointing towards the sun, they would look like horns. And there's your bull of heaven and the horns. And if they were going towards Earth, down, they would be like a pyramid or like a pillar or many, or, you know, and you saw the swords and all the crazy things, but they would look like stars. They would look many ways. But I saw this mountain, the cosmic mountain, and I said, wait a minute, that's not the cosmic mountain. That's just a formation seen probably with Venus and Mars because they were huge at the time. And maybe they had that angle. They discharged depending on where they're, according to where Earth and they are, according to each other. That's probably why they saw it like this several times. And it looks exactly like the Aten, symbol of Aten, the same way.
Or just perhaps they interpreted it as the mountain of God.
Well, you can say whatever you want to say, but I'm saying people were seeing that. That's what they're seeing.
Well, yeah, of course they're recording what they're seeing, but I'm saying...
Yes, that's what it is.
They didn't see the original mountain of God, and they're interpreting it as this, so...
That's what I'm saying. So that is not the polar configuration. That's a shape that plasma takes with planets and comets. Comets are planets. Planets are comets. They are discharging the plasma. It's very simple. And concentric circles are not the polar configuration. They're plasma shapes that comets take with their many tails. Sometimes they have 2, 5, 7 tails, and they're being depicted throughout history until a couple centuries ago that way. And this is the polar configuration, and the sun disk is the polar configuration. No, it's not. It's the way the comets and planets look and discharge plasma. Now, Squatterman, that I leave to Jim Benninger because he did a great presentation with you guys at the Electric View, right? Called I can't remember the name.
The new precession model, yeah, I have.
Yes, where he explains all about the chimney, the pinch, the zip pinch, and how probably they were seeing that. And you know what? That makes so much sense.
Yes, it does.
And I just completely agree with what he's saying. That was Squatterman. It wasn't the polar configuration. And maybe it was other planets. I don't know. I wasn't there. But it could have been. Like the owl eyes, the same thing. Owl eyes is no Saturn or nothing. It's any comet, any planet that it's discharging that way. And it's been seen and depicted throughout history and throughout time that way because it's the way that plasma behaves in a planetary body that is discharging electricity from a Birkeland current, either from the Van Allen belts, which is, I believe it's a Birkeland current, or from the sun, or the sheets of the sun, which are, I believe.
There's two things that I can think of just off the top of my head that seem to, like, obviously I agree with most of everything that you're saying, and if I looked at the screen right now and turned it on its side, I can picture that Venus is discharging towards the Earth. But that's to a planet on the inside of us from the sun. So the problem becomes, why are certain things like Saturn looking like a flower and reaching down towards the Earth in a wider tail at the bottom, but always towards the ground? That's important. Then the other one that I thought that was kind of weird is the talk of obviously the Axis Mundi, the Tree of Life, the home of the gods. Why are all the gods around this home? That type of thing. There's more to it in this conglomeration that,
I don't know which gods. I don't know which gods they're the home, because the Hindu gods, Vishnu,
right,
Krishna, and I can't remember the other one. 3 gods lived in the Vaikuntha planets, and their planets was Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. That's where they resided. That was their eternal
land of the dead.
Abode. That whenever they died in their physical bodies, and the Hindus believed that Krishna and Dwarka were humans, but when they died, they became the immortal planets, which is what they represented. So there was no tree there for those gods. Now, if you're talking about maybe one story,
you're talking about the burning of the boat, and yeah, there certainly is a giant flower in the center of Hindu culture. I mean, they build monuments to it. I see this giant.
Yes, and comets look like flowers too. Comets look like flowers too. I have some depictions of the comets that they saw, and they're like rosette. It's like a rosette, and they look like the fleur de lis.
Yeah, but this is not. But this is not the same thing, since you have the 2 towers on either side of it, the 2 dragons or the 2 spears. I mean, there's a lot of archetype in there that's very difficult to.
The twins.
I mean, you're also talking about basically all of heraldry, for example. Now, there is some of this that I could definitely recognize. Oh, clearly.
It's been repeated throughout time. I agree with you. There are different plasma formations, and God knows what else in there causes amazing plasma formations. Like, I mean, I can just imagine.
But obviously, I'm referring to what's coming out of our planet. That's more what I was thinking about. You're right. It doesn't necessarily have to be Saturn, with my knowledge currently, but if I go in and look at the research that John Cook does, I certainly think that he's probably accurate, that there's something there, but only because I don't know. Clearly, everything after the quote-unquote golden age, or the age of the Clash of the Titans, that's when quote-unquote things get interesting. And there's a lot of movement going on, and obviously the stories and humanity gets nuts. However, as to the tranquility at the beginning of time, those type of things, the Garden of Eden story itself, those type of things, there seems to at least be an idyllic version and a creation, like you described, actually. Something that you couldn't see in the sky, it became an egg, and then boom, hey,
Yes, and the Hindus have the same cosmic egg of creation as the Orphic myth, because the Orphic myth was taken from the Hindus. So they have, if people go to my website and they look at the plasma, images of plasma and the mythology images, they can find all these gods and the links where they can go and read about them, so they can correlate them and see what they're talking about, and what they look like and who was first, and their stories. So I think it's very informative. So I don't not only have the videos, but I have a lot of information there that people can go and check themselves and read about that and think, use their thinking, use what they have inside of that head to think and say, does that make sense or no?
I think too, Tess, the archetypes are so, female and male archetypes are so close together, because really Venus isn't a girl and Mars is a boy and Saturn's a boy and Jupiter's a boy. You see what I'm getting at? Me and Michael Penny
not for the Mayans.
They're just so. Well, it's because
Venus
of how they're looking at. Well, okay. I mean, I've kind of seen the morning star, evening star debate, if you will. Either way, I mean, people are just trying to interpret either what they did or didn't see. It could have been after the fact. Why were Egyptian women so, obsessed with hair, especially when you're going into the tombs? Hair in Egypt becomes big. Like women are just have like almost if their heads were down and the hair's over their face where you can't see it. Okay, because they're describing Venus, if you will, as her
they're
hair.
egotistical. They were very
yeah,
narcissistic.
Well, no, there's a layer.
So some cultures say the morning star,
They
the
were
evening
very
star. Is it a boy? Is it a boy? Is it a girl? And Native American mythology versus the Near Eastern mythologies will say everybody's kind of doing it a little bit different. And
in our culture, it's
might
Lucifer, so he's male, I guess, right?
Yes, that's
yeah,
male.
just like so. I'm with you. I understand what you're getting at. The unfortunate part about Juno Cook is because I had this discussion with Michael earlier. Juno Cook has work out that we were looking at and using it for comparison. But at the time, he would go to the conferences and they'd be like, yo, dude, come on over here and come in the group and let's talk about this stuff. His work wasn't accessible to the Thunderbolts Project people. He was kind of like a lone wolf. He just kind of stayed off in the shadows himself, kind of like what I call like a bedroom DJ. Like he's DJing in the bedroom and he's doing great, but it's like, yo, dude, come out and let's go to this DJ battle. And he's like, nah, I don't really want to. It would have been nice to have those, him and those guys, work as like a think tank essentially and kind of iron out some of maybe his differences versus Talbot's differences, maybe Cardona's. It never happened though.
That's what we're doing now.
Yeah, we're like that next level.
Well,
anyway.
I tried to interject my own chronology into their systems, and they always said that it was too complicated and nobody could figure it out. And I looked at Juno's stuff, and it's interesting, and but I don't know where he gets his starts and stops and events. I can't generate them. I can't figure out his sources. I guess maybe he went the lone wolf way because nobody could follow it or figure out how he got to it. It's kind of like this is what he thinks is the most reasonable, and maybe it is, but it's kind of like the chronology problems that we're going to come up with. What is the king ring length? Where are the dynasties? Where are they set? What order are they? And how does that associate with the ground on the for the archaeology? And anytime you try to move those things, you're going to come up with all kinds of problems. And I can just think off the top of my head, just tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of them. So he obviously he wasn't ready for that kind of conversation. Or this is the same thing with.
Well, it's a 1,500.
And
it's a 1,500-page book that actually does happen to have all the citations, and some of his reasoning is quite good. But you're right. I didn't know the foundation. I didn't read the Saturn myth before. I basically read John Cook's work first because I found it online, right? And you're looking for this stuff. So.
Well, I haven't read the book, but I looked at his timeline. I tried to figure out how did he get to it. How did he get those pieces? And I don't see how you can calculate them. I don't see how you can set them.
He
like
actually
I said, there's no
said
chronology.
specifically that he's using the conventional chronology.
Yeah, it seems like that's what he did. Yeah, it seems like that.
Well, he may say that, but I don't see how he's using it. I really don't see it.
No.
Well, I think we should move on
when
to
he's
the next.
referring to ages, but don't worry about that.
Why don't we finish this last question, and then we can move on to the good time. How do we measure?
Okay, yeah, that's exactly what we were about to start talking about. So yeah, okay.
Okay, because it's what we're talking about. Okay, so the last one is maybe more a comment, and maybe you can just put in your input if you have anything to say. It's after, well, what I know and from the work of Andrew Hall and Donald Scott, and just also from from basic, from understanding how the solar system works, that it's all connected, and one thing affects another, and we're just in a system that it's interconnected with everything. It's interconnected. Why I don't understand why they don't acknowledge that comets, even if I can understand they say they're small, which I don't agree with, but that's my opinion from what I have read and the things that they can do. But yeah, we'll just leave it to that because we really there's no way to prove that. So I agree with that. But they don't acknowledge that comets have an electric effect on the sun. No, they do acknowledge that comets have an electric effect on the sun, but then they dismiss or they never talk about how they will have an electrical effect on Earth and how it's going to and the other planets or the whole solar system, because Earth, the sun have electrical discharges. The comets can connect, like you were saying, Neil, between the Earth and the sun and the comet. Maybe that's what you were saying.
Oh, and, yeah, we get earthquakes when they pass between us day.
So there's an electrical connection. And then why did they create the polar configuration during the capture of Saturn and all the other planets by the sun's heliosphere, but then dismiss the behavior of comets with companions that orbit larger bodies and don't follow in a straight line, like Biela and Hale-Bopp? So I don't understand that. Why, if anything that comes into the solar system would, it doesn't make sense. And just because it's a brown dwarf, it doesn't make sense to me. With maybe Neil one day, maybe you want to explain that or think about it, because I know it could be a huge topic. But that's something that I have questions about, and it kind of like doesn't make sense. And I know there are different versions of the polar configuration, but I have not found anything in the mythologies, from my perspective, from my research, that gives any clues to that. And so I don't know if it's an.
Well,
I would like to just
the very first line of
why did they imagine that? And it's totally fine to say it's an imagined hypothetical thing because we saw a Harry-Harrow formation and we like to use that.
Okay, I honestly don't. I do know about that, but I don't. I know how it would work. Like if you have a bunch of magnets, they will be attracted to each other, but because of their charge potential, will form pockets in between each other of a different material, of different charge. So they will actually attract, but they'll repel each other at a certain distance. So that's how you'd stack them. So that's easy. I can understand that, no problem. The question becomes, how did you go from orbiting it to being pulled into that bottom part of the pole? That's interesting. But I also wonder about like the Hale-Bopp object was the discussion, well, basically like slamming into Jupiter there. Now, obviously, we can see that it has a lot of energy and such when it did that, but Shoemaker-Levy 9, but that's not exactly what we're talking about because there was no magnetic field there. It was mostly just electric. The magnetic field was mostly, if you're talking about Saturn, it's huge, much bigger than the Earth's. We would easily just fall down that slope towards one of the poles, and then we'd sort of bounce off what's ever already there. But we're only talking about larger things. You're right. They don't talk about the moons, which we now know there are literally hundreds of them. We see reactions electrically on Io, like this giving off prominences like the sun, and it happens all the time, and that's still being etched by Jupiter. So obviously there's some amazing potential there. In fact, there are apparently lightning bolts that can travel between the two. Now, when you get to that point, I have to wonder, what is the potential that we're looking like today with all the comets that you're talking about, like much more recent? Why don't we acknowledge that? I would think, to be honest, they don't look at that, and they haven't looked at that. That would answer your first question. It's not that they just didn't know about it. It's like when Jim presented his information about about the CPAC conference and what they discovered about Sirius and precession and all that, and how he had to link it with, like, have figured out a link with the electric universe and the math of it. Well, he's the first one to make that connection. The same thing happened with Mario Buildreps there. We see the information that he has. We see the electrical potential of these devices. Well, we can make the connection, but we still don't know exactly what they're for. But we do know that this probably has something to do with it and the orientation we have to listen to now. But no one's ever looked at it before. They just assumed that they were wrong on their thing. And we've noticed this with Pumapunku. The pillars are off by like 2 degrees, and no one knows why, because it wasn't the same angle of the planet, dumbass, as you would say. So where does that leave us? Well, we have to take what they've already written down. We can disagree with it, like making a highlighted and footnoted copy of a book that you've read, and then rewrite a book critiquing that book. But we're now learning, and the trouble is that these people don't even have links. We need to get people together to talk about this. Like, you're the first person to talk about recent catastrophes. I read 2, maybe 3, besides from 1908 and earlier. So 3 disasters that I knew of before that were not just volcanic. I mean, cometary disasters. Before the electric universe introduced me to maybe 2 more. And then you introduced me to all the rest. So they don't know. So I'd like to say that I've read Hesiod's Theogony, but I don't know it like Julian West knows it. I don't know it like you probably know it. I'm not a Buddhist, but I've read, Buddhist works. I know Lao Tzu a little bit. I have one of his books.
Well,
you see what I mean? Like,
Neil?
we're just not there.
Yes, I think that what we need to do, if we want to move forward and really
build
get
a library?
some good information, is yes. Yes, you can go to a digital library
then
or
start
go to
a university.
library.
I got an idea, yeah.
No, but yes. But start looking at more recent events and analyze them, because a lot of the events that I've been reading about, and you too, you just started getting into these, they are almost exactly like the events spoken of during the Exodus. Just alone the Exodus, there's manna coming down. People were eating it. It tasted like honey. Did you know that?
Yes.
I think it was in 1500s. They were eating it, and it was honey-like. I was like, wow, that's amazing.
Didn't know that in the 1500s, but
yes. Well, you have to. Well, it's one in the 1200s. You have to watch my videos because you haven't watched them. They're good, like that guy in the 1800s that you were just pointing out all the crazy things that were happening.
It was
just
like
in
1812.
The 1800s.
I remember reading that story that he's talking about there. I read that story maybe before I even met the electric universe. And I couldn't understand what I was looking at, like, from that point of view. Like, he said, we were parked beside an island, but the island disappeared overnight. Things like the tumultuous ocean, like trees were falling, and I'm like, what the heck? And this was just from, a strange aurora in the sky and stuff like that. And so it does. I can't imagine that I can see that we were scared of them, but for some reason we had faith that it wouldn't kill us. There's a few Chicken Littles, but it's not the same as actually spending the time to build this underground city that can store 20,000 people, or giant bunkers, which they clearly made long ago. And so I think it was clearly worse back then, but still,
yes, definitely.
Still, I can understand the conflagrations in the sky. I mean, I understand how comas spread out. That's the
lights and stones falling down and glowing gel.
So
glowing
much that
plasma.
The church had to make a statement that they're not real. Stones don't fall from heaven. If the church has to make a statement denying stones are falling from the heavens, stones are falling from the heavens.
Yes, exactly. So should we move to the Shall we move on to the Gunnar Heinsohn's Velikovsky revised chronology, or do you want to talk about that, Sean, or do you want to talk about time? Well, that fits into the timeline discussion that people really want to know about the dating, which I think is a very interesting subject, and all of us, James, can also give his.
Can. I mean, this is.
This
I
is
was.
ideal, yeah. And Duff,
I
could you
had a
just
talk with
look
Mike.
at the live chat and see if there's any questions people might have? Sorry.
Yeah, that would help. Like,
And we're done with the questions. Thanks for your thanks for your courage and for your patience.
Oh, it was.
I would
open-minded.
just like to say that complex hydrocarbons are actually carbohydrates and edible, and can be transmutated from cometary tails that touch the earth. I believe that 100%. But
You're freaking me out. But
along with manna,
that's what Velikovsky said.
I know, but it still freaks me out. I wouldn't need it.
Along with manna falling from the heavens during the Exodus, or just after the Exodus, there was a massive movement of the earth around the Dead Sea area, which lifted the Dead Sea area, which allowed the waters to part. That didn't happen in the Middle Ages. Just electrical connections, I would think, and I don't think there was major upheavals of the ground like at the Exodus. That's all I want to say about that.
Well, you should watch the videos and read the history, and then you can, yeah.
I found a lot of it hard to believe. I'll tell you that.
There was 15.
But that's good.
There was an in India. That was in the 1800s. That's from the video that you just posted. I was just reading and making notes.
Yeah.
In India, 15 miles in circumference of tract of land with its inhabitants and city was swallowed up just in an earthquake. And a chasm or a hole opened, and bye-bye. Yeah. The whole town with people.
Happened with Ubar too.
Yes, and then just in that video, I mean, there's pieces of land just disappear. That's what I was reading. Oceans opening up. There was another place where 32 feet in England, there was the land sunk. There was earthquakes, and then the land in this huge piece of land sunk. And that's how oceans are created too. The water can rush in. If it's low laying, then there's your new water or lake or whatever. And so I was just thinking that if that just happened in one episode or 1 century, you read all these amazing
those may be
things.
Earth forces, Tess. Those may be Earth forces. We're talking about the land being pulled up and then rebounding back again.
Yes, but that's a different thing. This is regarding comets connecting. And Andrew Hall, I don't understand why no one reads his work. And I mean, it's amazing. He talks about how when there's comets coming by, and they don't even have to be seen. Like, we don't even have to see them. It's just about the tails.
Yep.
They're electrical tails connecting with the electrical tail of Earth and the sun. That's the worst, when they connect the 3 of them in line, because then it's like super high voltage incoming into Earth. I'm not even talking about the tail with the meteorites and the fire burning. No, I'm just talking about what you can't see.
The dark mode connection.
Yes, builds up inside of Earth. It builds up, more comets come in. And there's been comets coming in. I mean, you just have to go and look at the list. It's just all the time, basically, they're coming by all the time.
Yes, all the time,
It's about when they connect, or they can also make the sun flare, and that also will change the sun's output towards Earth. You know, it's like, it's a whole system together. We're like part of it.
Yes.
So they will affect the sun will affect us, the comets can affect us, then the energy builds up, and then it starts coming out. It breaks through and you were talking about layers, right? The inner layers of magnetism or electromagnetic fields inside of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
And Andrew Hall talks all about that.
Yes.
And then it pops out. It needs to, well, it breaks through. It breaks through, and it breaks through like volcanoes. That's one way.
Yes.
And probably what comes out of volcanoes is probably even plasma. I don't know, but together with all the other stuff. I don't know, what would you call magma?
In fact, everything you just said is everything that Andy and I talked about in like 2017. Like that's,
yes.
we just sat down, like we were roommates, so we just literally sat there and like let's go to the truck and get high, and then we were just like, okay, this is what's happening. And I would just literally explain to him, like, just because there are, I mean, the ideas behind this are not, they're just a natural extrapolation of what's going on.
Yes.
There's nothing fancy. If I built a small model of this, I could imagine me playing with knobs and making these events occur. You know, it's
yes, and in the 1800s they were also explaining, well, which Andrew also explains very well, that everything is highly electrified, and even Noah Webster, in that book that I shared with you guys, he talks about how in the past and throughout time, he and he was living when there was these comets also coming by, so he saw it. He saw these effects. He lived through them, and the atmosphere is so highly electrified just from these comets. Like, we're thinking they're nothing compared to before. That people were glowing, their clothes were glowing, the hair is glowing, standing.
Your fingers will ring if you stick them up in the air. Yep.
Yes. And then there's, of course, megastorms. That also causes storms to form, earthquakes.
Wow, you just made me realize why people chant. I just realized that you go to a field, okay, you're in Stonehenge or something. It's one of those places that gets kind of cool, you know, like, you know how the ground gets cool and a little bit sparky. Okay, so you go out there with your friends. Okay, I'm talking about, imagine this was the 1500s. Okay, you go out there with friends. It's the middle of Ireland, I guess. And you go into this spot, okay, and now the thunderstorms are coming, and now you stick up your hands, and all your fingers start ringing. So you just start going, with it. I would.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I totally would.
Yes, probably. Yeah, probably.
And imagine that sitting on top of a pyramid, and the pyramid vibrating at a certain frequency, and all the crystals around it vibrating at a certain... Oh, well, never mind.
Nice.
Just thinking.
Yes, imagine, and also harnessing. I'm sure that the people were harnessing this electrified atmosphere as well. But yes, that was just in the 1800s. That was in just one little tiny example there. And but I think that basically the comets are very important, and they make Earth and the sun, with the solar spots and the flares from the sun and everything. It's what is causing the weather. Really, it's what's creating weather or changing the weather. Not to mention anything else bigger, but it's just what and even who knows about what's it called? If there's any viruses coming in, because they were talking about in this documentary about the people getting sick, right? Yes. They were saying they were getting sick because of the volcanoes and the vapors and the toxic fumes and stuff that was coming up from the Earth. However, of course, imagine everything that is down there, sulfur and all these kinds of things that, yes, they suddenly come up and make people sick and animals die. But also there's the comets coming by and dumping stuff. And people always portrayed the meteors coming down or meteor showers and people getting sick right after that. Mm-hmm. So that's very interesting. There's got to be something to it. If it's, I know that Rick thinks is some kind of change in the electrical thing. That could be, but there could be also panspermia. I mean, there's stuff in that stuff.
They could be both. I mean, viruses are extremely simple.
Yes, and mutation. Yeah, so they could be hanging out everywhere and just coming in with the big rocks.
They could be on. I think they're in the Earth and out in space. Yeah, and all it takes is a boost of energy to get them to activate.
And
whether it's coming into the planet's ionosphere that activates them, or whether they're here on Earth and the atmosphere gets a certain kick or charge and they get activated that way. I don't know, but
Yes.
I think they're both I think they're both here and out there.
Speaking of,
Yes,
you were
and
talking
also,
about cities that were destroyed. You mentioned, or we were talking about them. This is Ubar on the screen there, and this is what happened to it. Like that crack right there on the screen, or right there,
mhm.
is actually. Oh my God, go back to the right there. So this right here opened up in the middle of the city. They were using it was an oasis in the desert, and so they were draining water from this aquifer underneath here, and
Oh
eventually
yes,
the
I've seen
whole city collapsed.
that.
And well, obviously they never went back to it. They considered it crap. But I wonder what gases were released there.
Well, also think about this: the
Natural forces,
topography,
yeah.
the strata, the layers, right? When you go measure, you go analyze what's down there with archaeology, like Heinsohn was, and Sean is going to talk about. You know, I was thinking, imagine with tsunamis. A giant tsunami comes. Did you see the debris that was in the tsunami it's just in Indonesia? Did you see the
Yes.
amount of junk? Or did you know all the stuff that came into the west coast of the United States? The amount of all this junk came from Japan.
It's still
It
arriving.
ended up in the west coast. Yeah, all houses, everything, cars. It was just arriving in the ocean. And that was not even like the huge wave. It was just like the remaining of the wave. But imagine between tsunamis, landslides. I don't know if you've seen videos of Italian landslide where the dam broke in the 1700s, I think, where there was probably a comet passing by the way. Every time there's like 9-point or really strong earthquakes, there's always been linked to comets, always. I've been checking that, and there's always comets with the really strong ones, and or several comets.
This goes back to Eugene Bagashev's idea that of the energy is not plant life, animal life, worms or whatever you want to call it. The microbes of the earth is made up of this stuff, and it goes that he doesn't even hold on to plate tectonics. He says there's no plates,
Yes,
that it's all, and I think this is a really interesting, it's kind of like everything's like sand, but it's light sand or living sand or material stuff. And so these sinkholes and all this other stuff, these earthquakes and everything, they'd be caused by electrical phenomena a lot easier that way. And so I think this is a very interesting time. That I think I'm with Eugene. I don't think that there's plates, but it makes a few other problems. But
there is
I think they're going away.
Why do you think about the whole Pacific Rim and all that? What they call the Circle of Fire.
Yeah, that's the kind of the problem.
Yeah,
that's kind of the problem that it gets to, but the Earth is different than any other planet. Other planets don't have these plates, so-called. They don't have these rings of fire, as far as we understand or know it. It seems that the Earth has a very different kind of history. But the other thing that I found that was interesting is that there was an article about finding counter space on land is the opposite of your land. This guy from New Zealand they wanted to make what they call a sandwich. He wanted to make an earth sandwich. He wanted to put two pieces of bread between the two opposites. But it's like there's hardly any other place on the earth that has land that's 180 degrees opposite of it. And then I think, wait a second, this is balance. This is, I don't know what you want to call it, but there's very little, except for, like South America, that has probably the most land that I could see that had counter land on it. Everything else is ocean. To me, this is balance. To me, this is like the earth is...
Just... If I might, the two things to answer your just really quickly on your question was, what about the Ring of Fire, and the other one was God, I lost it now. But the Ring of Fire one's pretty easy. That's because the Earth is flat. Water is very flat. The Earth itself would be as smooth as a marble if we could hold it in our hands. It'd be so smooth we would never notice the difference. The Mount Everest would be not even a bump. So we would barely notice it. That is how smooth the Earth is, and then the water is exceptionally smooth. And every single thing that sticks out of the Pacific Ocean, which is half of the planet practically, is on fire because all the electricity that would normally be grounded out through that everywhere else, there's nothing there to ground out to. It's flat. So it's going to go to the next highest point, which would be Hawaii, Tahiti, or along the coast.
I think the connection is actually Yellowstone and Hawaii, which the North American continent has slid over it. It used to be that the Yellowstone or that opening was on the west coast of the United States, and then it went to eastern Washington, and then it traveled up to Wyoming. So the land, the North American continent, as far as I can tell, because Hawaii hasn't moved, and that's kind of like a fixed point. So if those are actually two connected, then you can, the continents are floating and they are going over, and if you get disturbed by a very significant body, it would move the land masses around. But like I said, it's trying to like hold on to a balance. So thank you.
Sounds good.
So should we talk? Yes. Should we talk about what else should we talk about now? We were talking about more of the dating, right? And the.
That's the.
Well, I could talk about the problems of shifting dating around. That's the kind of the thing that I would want to talk about, because you can't just willy-nilly move dynasties around and not have
unless you're an Egyptologist. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, well, especially with what I was saying, right? With the catastrophes too, you have to acknowledge that cities and information has gotten completely destroyed. Like allegedly during the time of Abraham, the rift of the Jordan Rift opened up. Do you know how many cities went completely destroyed? So many of them. They're like, and they know some of them are down in there in the ocean, and they see the little pieces of whatever's not the ocean. Well, the Dead Sea. Right. They see that it's right there, and they go, "Oh, look, that's probably that remaining of whatever, one of the ones that we couldn't find. It must be fictitious because we couldn't find it." Well, have they looked at the amount of catastrophes that the poor people on Earth have gone through between landslides, rifts opening, earthquakes, it was called the overturning of the plains. What does that tell you? That it got turned upside down, right? Overturning.
Yeah.
That's what happened to the land. It just turned upside down. So some places are never going to be able to be found completely.
Well, actually, there's some talks that they were ripped right off the ground. Yeah, they were.
They just don't exist.
There's traditions that there's temples in the Mediterranean, Egyptian temples, or more ancient than that. And the city of Alexandria, of that coast of Egypt, has sunk, obviously, and that happened in the 1st century. So, but people don't want to really, they don't seem to be able to comprehend that. But the thing about chronology is that you've got to have dynasties, and those dynasties will have kings, and you have to have a certain amount of reigns, and you have to have a structure. And then if you either mirror them, or you duplicate them, or you make them the non-contemporary ones contemporary with each other to shorten it, like Gunther wants to do for the 703 years, and then that's not so bad, but there's like I said, there's consequences, and it's fairly it's pretty obvious that the kind of changes that would require, even just 700 years, is immense. And you can either go one way or the other. You can go, you keep the dynasties in the same place and you move the ground under them, or you make dynasties contemporary with each other that weren't contemporary each other to shorten the timeline to get to that shortening of it. You got to go one way or the other. But if you make the dynasties the same and shorten, move the land underneath it, then the archaeology and the symbols, the pottery, and all that kind of stuff changes the culture of what you have underneath you. That are designated for those particular ones. If you want to change those things. I can tell you just right off the bat that since Irish history is independent, and it's an oral one, and it wasn't written down until like the 12th century. So it didn't have any influence. It didn't have anybody, they weren't writing to each other or anything like this. It's totally independent. Now, if you want to move Christ 700 years up closer to our time, as Gunther seems to want to do, then you've got a problem with Irish history because they Christianized in the 5th century. Well, and if you move the Gunther up 703 years and make Jesus born in the year 707, all of a sudden you have a Christianized nation in Ireland that occurred and was finished and full-ized in 500. 707 before he was born.
Well, this is Gunner's point. Gunner's point is hardcore. If you're somewhere in between, I call it, whereas I don't have any type of. I took myself out the middle of researching years ago. So what I think, what I was raised to believe, to me means nothing. It's very hardcore. It doesn't change really anything except the dates. And here's his point. Okay, we got this great story. Can you prove it in the stratigraphy? Yes or no? And that's bold. That's very, very bold. So just from my own personal research, there was things I had problems with. If you deal with the biblical stories, my best example is David and Solomon. They're born during a dark age, which is the third intermediate period of Egypt, which is just a dark age. So it's like, okay, there's a possibility that these two guys, may not have ever existed in, history. Possibly not. Maybe not. Gunner's taking it to the extreme to where he's like, that's the way we're going to deal with everything. You got this great story, but can you find it in the stratification? Yes or no? And it's like, whoa.
I understand that, and but I was just making the two counterpoints to which way you go.
But it happens is this, and this is what I had a conversation with Michael about. Catastrophism is ugly, guys. This is some ugly stuff. This is not fun and games and the Saturn myth and what happened was, man, this is serious because it's like,
are you sure geez, the end of
Gunner's
the world?
Right.
No, are you sure it's funny? Because I think it's funny.
Whoa.
Anyway.
Yeah, because if Gunner's right, then it's like this explains our ridiculous behaviors for the past 500 years. Let's just look at the frame of work. Our history from the last 300 to 400 years. It explains a lot. Like, we're just out of our minds. Everybody's out their damn minds. Because of the trauma from very recent events, which instead of 2,000 years ago are 1,000 years ago. Like the Anglo-Saxons and the Romans are contemporary, and the Vikings, and Europe just got wiped out. And they're primitive again, and it didn't hit Africa as bad, and different other places. It's like, oh, damn, that's bad. Dude, this is bad. This isn't good at all. Like, whoa. Okay, then let's do the same thing for the Near East. He's like, we got these great stories and these timelines and these kings. When we dig it up, there was controversy at the time. Petrie and his contemporaries, there was issues like, okay, well, we have this artifact and it's going to match the story no matter what. We're just going to stick to the story, stick to the chronology, and that's it. But it's like, hey, wait a minute. There's other people that were kind of debating it at the time. of how he may have ignored evidence.
You have an independent source in the Irish oral tradition.
Sure, and we talk about
so
that
you.
too.
I'm simply saying it eliminates the possibility of you taking 700 years of dynasties in the first century and just disappearing or whatever, however you want to minimize them. But see, the consequences are that all of a sudden you've got they want to go further. You have to have a structure. Now the other chronology goes not 54 centuries but 43 centuries. That nobody's promoting that. No one's saying that the what's under the ground matches those dynastic fits. No one's doing that. And Gunther wants to go further. He wants to take 54 centuries and go only to 3,000 years. He wants to eliminate 24 centuries in the past and before the Common Era.
Yes, he does. Yeah,
and that makes King David contemporary. I mean, just the 700 years makes King David contemporary with Alexander the Great, which might be an interesting story. But you basically have to.
Or here's the problem: it takes them out completely, and it puts the Hebrew culture at 500 BC, and says, okay, this is mythology right here, which is what we're talking about, but this is the actual realness right here. This is real. This is what you're saying it is, but this is actually what's real. It's serious. Like, okay, it's not an attack on a specific culture. And I think it gives the Irish, to me, more leverage. Like, oh, I think stuff that they're saying is really, really real. Like, they're giving it to you brass tacks. And it's kind of misplaced even in dating, to me. Like, whoa.
Yeah, like, but you see, you're going to have to give up Saint Patrick. You're going to have to give up Saint Patrick, which is like the Moses of their history.
So. And Sean, so.
And you're also going to have to give up the Jewish are going to have to give up Moses.
Yes, they are. I know that.
So,
no,
I just don't think.
No, I know that.
I don't think they like the Jewish people too much. No.
Sean. And the point is, like I've mentioned this before, and this is just from my own personal research. This would be pretty easy if we knew the Pharaoh Moses talked to, or Abraham, but it doesn't exist. What Pharaoh? Which one? Where's the records of that? Well, it doesn't exist in Egypt. Okay, well, there's people that argue this stuff. It was this Pharaoh. No, it was that Pharaoh. It was this one. It was that one.
Because they got destroyed, probably. That's what happened. Do you realize the amount of catastrophes that were happening?
Gunner's saying there was no third millennium. There was no second millennium. It all started around the end of what you would consider to be the second millennium, moving forward. So you can compress the Egyptian kings into about 600 years, to whereas now the Babylonians are in control, which would be the Saite kings. Now you can compress it because this is what we have. This is what we found. These are the bodies we found. This is what Manetho told us happened, but this isn't what we have. Because the Egyptians, even before Manetho, never listed their kings in dynastic orders. They never did that. They never had a chronology. Till Manetho said, I have the chronology. Ambrosius is like, I have the chronology too. And the Greeks
they had the genealogies and the religion.
Yes, and
that's nothing. That's what they had. So that's how it worked.
But there's nothing to corroborate that. That's the point.
And you also had mentioned
Sean. Uniform tablets.
Corroborated, and it's making it look
mythology.
Like what it's making it look like is the actual facts are that these different regions and nomes in Egypt were independently ruling at the same time, almost like the movies we see, like Game of Thrones. You have kingdoms throughout the Nile Valley and the Delta, and in Mesopotamia that are ruling at the same time, and not just.
Is he saying Gilgamesh didn't exist? Because Gilgamesh is contemporary.
I say he's a mythological character too. He's a mythological character too. I would absolutely.
Are you serious? You didn't know that they found his. Did you know they found the royal tomb of his sister, King Puabi, and Meshkamadu? You don't?
I look at Gilgamesh no different than Menes or Narmer.
No, you need to research. Sir Leonard Woolley.
Where's the body at? I mean, I need to see the body. Look, I saw some stuff.
Let me talk.
Hold on.
In 1920, he went to Ur, to the city of Ur. He found it. He excavated a ton of clay, of course, because of the floods, several floods. And he found the inscriptions on the buildings that said Gilgamesh, and they found the tomb of Queen Puabi, and it's in the Smithsonian. You can see it. It's in the Met Museum. You can see the whole excavation.
The
It's
tomb or
Puabi.
the body?
They
tomb or the body?
existed.
The tomb or the body?
The body, the
I don't
skeleton.
know nothing about a body. I don't know nothing about a skeleton of Gilgamesh.
She has a giant skeleton, that woman.
I know nothing about Gilgamesh.
Giant skeleton.
I think what you're going to get
when you
at.
don't know, when you
I
don't
don't know nothing about that.
Sean, you had mentioned when we were talking. Sean, you had mentioned when we were talking yesterday about the chronology of a story. The best parts usually get told first. You want to elaborate about that as well?
It's the same thing as, like I said, I have the coffin text here. It doesn't start out in a linear order like we tell stories today. They're going right to the middle of the story talking about Horus and the Duat. And it's like, what the hell are you talking about? Horus is it. So this is obviously after he's born, if you look at it that way. They jump right to the good parts. And then it's like me. If I go to New York, Philly, and Chicago to DJ, I'm going to tell everybody the most exciting parts of my trip, rather than when I was in New York, this happened, and this happened, and this happened, and this happened, and this happened. Like a kid. What did you do today? Well, when I was at the park, and they're going to go right to the best parts of their day, then you'll say, well, what did you eat for breakfast? Oh, I had pancakes. But when I was at the park, and then they go right back to it, they're like doing the same thing. It's not in any linear sequence. These stories are not sequenced at all. They're just like jumbled up. Like, I'm going to tell you what I feel is most important at the time, and you guys are going to have to figure it out, one day.
Well, I just want to reiterate that until there is a dynasty on top of each piece of underground, or the cultures that you find, there's not going to be promotion. There's not going to be anything. I've been doing this for 40 years, and nobody promotes these things because there isn't anything to promote until you have the chronology and you have the alignment with the ground. Until you have both, you don't have anything. And that's,
I think Heisen's point is he's the most radical of the radicals, and he's like, well, let's let the archaeology and stratification tell the story itself. And nobody wants to talk to him about it. Nobody wants to challenge him on that, because then it shortens a lot of stuff. I mean, I saw a friend of mine. He went to Egypt, and he had like a backstage pass, we call it, and he videotaped some stuff at the Cairo Museum that nobody would ever be able to see. Man, this stuff had me crying, literally crying, whenever he was filming the tombs and stuff of bodies and stuff that aren't these typical museum bodies. I was like, damn, it blew me away. Like, damn. So if I see that with my own two eyes, but then there's all this other stuff that's out here with all these kings and intermediate periods. And
Dude, Rick, what the hell are you doing?
Rick, what are you doing, Rick? He's pouring water.
You better be pouring water, you jackass.
He's pouring a bit. But yeah, it kind of bugged me out, and I was like, okay, I'm a dude. I'm a radical too. I'm very radical, extremely radical. So it's like you can tell me what you want to tell me until I see it. Then I can be convinced. But just like right now, there's controversy with Ramses. Even is this Ramses' body? I don't know, because it was in an unmarked tomb when they pulled it out the ground, or when they got it from most of the sarcophaguses were moved, they say, and they were all in like one centralized area. So who is this? Well, who is this? Well, who was that? Was this marked? Wasn't that marked? The Tomb of the Patriarchs doesn't have anything in it. It's just empty. And I understand Catastrophe, because the first question I asked myself too was, well, maybe the clay tablets got mixed up in the ground. Maybe they got tumbled over top of each other. That's why Samaria, who nobody talked about, is at the top layer of stratification. Or there's a fundamentalist agenda, and it's like, wait a minute, so you find it, you can't go back and say, we were wrong here, and this story over here isn't true now. You're going to stick to the script, I guess, and just say, again, ignore this evidence. This doesn't come on the table. We're going to stick to the story. I don't have any vested interest in the story personally.
I'm just saying that Christ's culture that is now, and Gunther is with the underground stuff that's the 8th century before the Common Era. That is a different culture than what the story that we have with Jesus. We'd have to completely rewrite the church history, and without the alignment with the what's on the ground with the dynasties themselves to promote, there's just going to be talk. It's vaporware. Nobody's going to promote it. No one's going to do anything about it. It's great ideas. It's wonderful. It's to talk about it, but nothing will happen.
When the Catholic Church is destroyed, we can go ahead and have this conversation again.
The Church of England is major in it. The Catholic Church is major in it. You know, I've had talks with Michael for hours, and he's talked about uniformitarianism versus catastrophism and the Church of England being oppressive. And I know what we'll do. Charles Lyell, guys, we'll come up with something that separates us completely from the church. This is 30 billion, million, trillion, gazillion years old. And it's like, okay, now that paradigm exists. The catastrophism paradigm starts to kind of gain some momentum through Velikovsky, and it's like, it's uncomfortable. This stuff is not comfortable. It really isn't comfortable.
No.
It's uncomfortable, and it's not to, talk, because I'm more of a deist anyway, but nonetheless, because I don't know where hydrogen comes from in the universe or the charge, but that's another story. But like what we've gravitated to over the years could be completely all wrong, and it's like, that's a hard pill to swallow for some. Like, I've already wiped my slate clean and said, the hell with it. I want to know the truth. I don't care about feelings, emotions. What do we have? What's the truth? And it's like, oh, okay, Gunnar, that's deep. You know what I'm saying? That's deep. That's really heavy. You're heavy hitting. I already had a problem with the Dark Ages anyway, though. I didn't see that. I saw a problem with it, since the 80s. So it's like, okay, this could be correct. But then BCE, it's like, okay, we're going to chop the, contemporary chronologies in half, both Mesopotamia and Egypt, squish them up towards 1200 BC and align them with China and India and Mesoamerica. And it's like, whoa. And it even said Neanderthal may have only been 2000 BCE itself. And I'm like, that could be true. Why? Because Lucy's bones in in Ethiopia are said to be 3.2 million years old. Well, look how they measured. It's like there's a top of a mountain, which is supposed to be the top strata, and her bones were measured horizontally and vertically down, whereas it's on the side of a mountain, almost at the basin of a valley, and they're saying, and it's on the surface. Lucy's bones are on the surface. They're not deep within the ground, but they're saying no, because that mountaintop to here, there's 3 million years difference in that. No, Lucy's bones are on the surface. They're on the surface. It's the uniformitarianism idea of how the geological ages work. And Lucy's bones are on the surface.
They think that it was worn down till it reached her. Is that what they're trying to say?
Yeah, like So whenever,
God, really?
Whenever the Thunderbolts project showed the geological ages, and they go backwards, right? Okay, and you'll see and them always show this little cartoon, and they kind of scan down through the geological ages. Well, that's measured different than I thought. I'm like, so was Lucy's bones 200 meters below the earth? No, they're 200 meters from a mountain peak to where they were found. That's what they're considering as being strata, but they're on the surface, and I'm like, oh shit,
Did you see that also documentary about in the BBC or some documentary about the Neanderthal bones, and they were talking about the DNA in humans, and then they show the cave where obviously a tsunami, they were hiding or something, and then a tsunami came in. Yeah. It was full of clay or dirt, but it was funny because the Cro-Magnon bones, or the newer species, was on top, and then so many layers, feet, like way far down in the bottom was the Neanderthal bones. And I'm like, well, maybe that was a mutation. Maybe that was pre-deluge, after deluge, or after the catastrophe. They were not in the same level at all. So that's another problem.
I know what you're talking about there. Yeah, there's problems.
That was another problem. It's like, how can they even think that they were living at the same time?
I have a lot of questions about this stuff. Every time we go and investigate it, I get more ticked off.
So then here's the story. Well, there's more human AMH, they call it, anatomically modern humans, in Africa. And what happened was they were walking, and they walked up into Europe, and then this African dude, has this Neanderthal chick, and they died together, and they're in the same tomb, and it's like, what? Or they're found together, and it's like, wait, stop. Yes, the Neanderthal and Cro-Magnon and humans mated, and we'll see. African people walked all over the whole planet, and it's like the out of Africa model. And it's like, well, that's Darwin, and it's like, okay, that's weird. I don't think I would walk, or anybody would walk around the whole planet. Would you guys walk around the whole planet? I wouldn't.
I'd walk until it got too warm or too cold, maybe.
I'm gonna walk.
Or until they found a nice beach.
Where am I going to go? Why would I follow waterways? What would I eat? But nonetheless, it's these uniformitarianism stories. But a lot of time, the strata schemes are just like, oh my goodness, no, Lucy's bones are not like far down beneath the earth at all. Like, oh geez, it's like, and just what Tess says, it's like, oh sheesh, like that's, woof, like, okay, was that 10,500 BC, and then there's this Dryas period, and then like I said, the solar-induced dark age that Dr. Shock talks about, in the Bronze Age. We're here. Göbekli Tepe and the Sphinx are way back there, but now we're here, and it's like, okay, we got here somehow after 7,000 years, and I know, let's build these temples and say the mother goddess, and like we're talking about, Atum and all the mythology after like 7,000 years. Supposedly, if those events were happening, back then, that's a long time. That's a pretty long time to remember some stuff.
7,000 years. Well, that's the other thing, Sean. We have to understand that what Manetho and Newton and Diodorus Siculus said when they were talking about the ancients and their years, the Egyptian year and the Babylonian Saros. That is all completely incorrectly translated. It's not that they said that they only said this is like our Saros, or they were using their time scale. But what they're trying to say is that they were months. 1 year equaled 30 of our lunar days, of course, because the moon, I don't know how close it was to Earth back then and how many times it moved with all the planetary catastrophes or encounters or whatever. But imagine how much shorter that would be if 1 month, it's instead of 1 year of their years, it's a month. That makes it completely so much shorter to start with, which is what they're telling us. Manetho, when he wrote that, that's what he said in his notes there. He said, I don't think that they were talking about a year like our year, because people, it doesn't make sense. And Diodorus said it doesn't make sense that they would live so many years. But then if we take into account that they were calculating, they didn't have the year like we have our year. It was a month, then 1 month. Then people would be able to live. It makes more sense. It would be more like the lifespan of a human now. So I thought that was interesting. But one thing I wanted to say.
Where is this at, if I might add?
Oh, I have it all over my books.
No, I didn't mean your talk. I mean, what part of the world? Sorry.
What are you saying? The Manetho? Manetho?
Manetho?
Okay. The people who said that the ancients used what they used for a year meant 1 month of 30 days is these people. Okay. Sir Isaac Newton.
Yeah, that was fine. I just wanted to be sure.
Manetho, Diodorus.
In all honesty, too,
that makes a lot more sense, because
I see David Talbot and Eduardo Cardona and guys like Michael and Walt Thornhill and Gunnar Heisen and all these guys like Diodorus and Manetho and these guys. They're trying to figure it out later. They're not recording history the same way we do now and have cameras and news.
Exactly.
They're looking back and they're all trying to figure it out. I see them guys.
That's why it's being such a problem, right? Even with the Anno Mundi, there's so many people that came up and they try to calculate when the freaking Anno Mundi began, which was the bloodline of Adam, the patriarch, the first king Adam. That's how they were trying to calculate. And that's why they were they had all these different 5 or 6 or 7 versions of when that would have been. And it's probably because they didn't have the same time. And then calendars were changing, times were changing, the perception of time, the counting time, it was very different. The calendars being used are changing. It's not an easy thing to say, oh, let's just go and count backwards. But that's what they were trying to do. And one more last thing I want to say, that I think is very important for me, because I was reading Gunnar. I was actually going through his work, and some of it is really difficult because it just has so much information in there, and so you just like your head just starts hurting. And I was trying to try to get the main kind of what he was trying to get to and his conclusions. And I did see. I tried to go through as much as I could in this short time. But one thing that I can say, for example, when he says, okay, the Berosus was not talking about the Sumerians, which I agree with you. They didn't call themselves that. But that's the problem. They didn't call themselves that. But why did they call themselves? They must have. What happened, right? Okay, so So what I want to do is I want to look at my genealogy, the lines of genealogy that I have, because that's one of the things that I use, genealogy. And so Arphaxad is the ruler of the Chaldeans. Who is Arphaxad? He is the third son of Shem. Shem had 5 sons who ruled Mesopotamia after the deluge. The first one is Elam, the ruler of the Persians, known as the Pereset. The second is Ashur, ruler of Assyrians. The third is Arphaxad, ruler of the Chaldeans. The fourth is Aram, ruler of the Syrians. The fifth is Lod, I don't know how to say that, ruler of the Lydians, who's also part of the Amalek, Haris, Georgian, and Tazum. But then if you go, okay, well, let's say you just start with Chaldeans and then you forget all about them. Who is the people that is before him? Okay, well, it's Shem to start with. You get rid of Shem, you just destroy him. Goodbye, Shem, you don't exist. Which even if they're jerks and we don't like their Bible and everything, they existed because there's a lineage, and same many other kings. Then you would get rid of him. You would get rid of Adam, Seth, Enosh, Kenan, Mahalel, Yared, Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech, Noah. Those are counting down. So you would get rid of 11 generations, basically, kind of 11, right?
Well,
and I don't think that's correct.
He's more or less saying
just because he's not okay. Let me tell you. Let's just really quickly tell you why Berosus did that, and I think that people need to hear this because then they'll understand. Oh, what happened? Okay, so during Berosus, who was Berosus? Berosus was well, he lived in the 2nd century BC, right?
Right.
And he wrote in Greek. He didn't even write he was writing in Greek, so he was a Hellenistic something. I don't know what you call it. I'm trying to find it.
He was also transcribing myths from Mesopotamia into Greek, and like Zeusaudra and stuff like that, according to what the record says.
Here, I'll read to you. Okay. I'll read to you that he doesn't mention the Sumerians or whomever were considered the Sumerians, which were Enlil, Enki, Inanna. You would get rid of Inanna. You would just get rid of her, so she wouldn't exist. So she wouldn't exist at all.
I don't agree. I don't agree.
Wait.
I don't agree at all with that.
Let me just. Well, then you can explain to me how would you would put her in there. But this is what happened. Okay, to understand why Berosus fails to mention the previous rulers, you just have to look at this. So Marduk, who is Marduk? Marduk is the son of Enki. He was a ruler. He began his rule during King Hammurabi, who wrote the code or the laws of Hammurabi. So we know that Hammurabi existed, right? And that's considered Babylonia or Babylon. There's older and newer Babylon or something like that, right? The Babylonian laws, just to make it easy, because it can be like it can just drive you crazy when you try to read the whole thing and understand. But under Marduk's command, Marduk was a son of Enki, Ea. Enki, Ea, known Enki and Ea are 2 different names from Akkadian or from Sumer, what they call Sumer. He was elder half-brother of Enlil or Enlil. Marduk was a cousin of Ninurta, Enlil's firstborn son. Enlil was Marduk's uncle. Ea and Enlil were born to different women. Enlil was born to Anu's half-sister and wife, known as Antu, who was also known as Gaia or Gaia. Naram Sin, who is known as the moon god or the great hunter. Land of Shinar and Nimrod. That's who they are. Naram Sin is a moon god, the great hunter. Land of Shinar, that's what they are calling it, right? According to Nimrod in Genesis, that's what they call Sumer, I imagine. Ea Enki was Anu's firstborn, but with the consort, not the half-sister. Ninmul, that was the consort of Anu. Anu's firstborn with the consort Ninmul. Enlil's wife was Ninhushar, known as Tiamat, chaos, in Marduk's Enuma Elish, who is the monster. The Babylonian story says that the Nuna arrived in Eridu, which was paradise. That was the Eridu, that was their city, which was the paradisiac or Eden, the Garden of Eden. 120 saroi, this is what Berosus wrote, before the deluge. So 120 saroi, that's what they said, saroi, and it got translated into shars. So I calculate from the correct timing is 1,200 years. 1,200 years before the deluge. A saroi translated as a shar is singular for saros. One saroi equals a shar, or a shar is half a saros. And measured by Suidas, where one saro equal 222 or 222 lunar months. See, that's how they were measuring the saro. That's what a saro was, not a year. 222 lunar months. So if you divide that by 12, just to calculate how many years of our years,
19 years.
That would be around 18.5 years. Exactly.
That's the 19-year Saros cycle for the moon.
Yes, it's not 3,600 years like they have translated it.
Oh.
Big difference. 18.5 years. That's what Asharo's originally.
That's because that's when the months of that's when all the moons.
That's how they were counting. That's how they counted time.
Yeah, but you have to, because this is really interesting. It only works with the sun and the moon. The Saros cycle is 222 months or 19 years, almost 19 years. And the reason is that they almost perfectly match up. So you could basically rotate that. So every 19 years is 222 months, and you can just keep doing it. And so that's basically the repeating cycle of that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, because according to their customs, which is what got inherited by all kings around the world in our civilization, which is what they founded. And I suggest people read History Begins at Sumer from Kramer, because it has a lot of good information, even though there was history before that, before the deluge. Because according to their customs, the firstborn son, born to a half-sister of Anu, just like the Egyptians did, they married their sisters or half-sisters. They had a priority to the throne. Enlil and his son Ninurta became chief rulers of earth, even though he was not the firstborn, because he was the son of the half-sister of Anu, and because of their mother. So this made Ea and Marduk extremely angry and resentful. And even though he was the eldest, he didn't get to be the king of earth, the main ruler. During the pre-deluge and post-deluge, the era of the bull constellation, Taurus, where it was the founding of Mesopotamia and Nippur, so that's after the deluge, Enlil and Ninurta were the chief rulers until about the year 2000 BC, or the time of Abraham, if you want to put it that way, and Gilgamesh, which Serlin Arwuli proved that Gilgamesh and his sister Queen Ninpuabi were historic fact, and I put a bunch of links there. And I have seen the pictures of the skeleton, when he was excavating Ur in 1920 or something like that, and found the royal tombs and inscriptions of Gilgamesh in buildings. When Jupiter and other satellites interacted electrically with Earth and sent probably the flares of Thor's hammer or Zeus' thunderbolts, causing immense destruction, including the overturning of the plains, where the ancient cities were lost, swallowed up. They were just destroyed. Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed with brimstone and fire, which was opening of volcanoes where they found all this ash and salt and things that it showed that volcanoes were erupting then.
Right.
That created the sea rift, that episode, petrified people into pillars of salt as well, which happened also in the 1300s. During these catastrophes, the era of the Ram constellation of Aries was entered, the Ram.
Right.
And it said that it was entered because of Marduk or Jupiter. Then at that time, Marduk was able to take control and became the dictator or sole ruler. He was called, Marduk has 50 names because he absorbed the ranks of all the other gods and rulers. And so he had his minions write up a new story or new version of the creation of the solar system, which is called the Enuma Elish. And in this new version, which actually tells you of how the brown dwarfs came into the solar system, it tells you all that, how they were fighting, and it's very interesting, sort of like the Greek story. It's called, it's one of the versions. Elil and Ninurta.
Can I interject for 1 second? I don't mean to cut you off, Tess. Only thing I was saying was, you're telling the story.
I just wanted to tell the story so you can understand.
I'm not disagreeing with the story. I'm not disagreeing with the story.
I'm almost done.
What all Gunnar Heisen is saying is there's an anachronism created. The definition of an anachronism, because I've used this word so much, when he used it, I was like, oh, snap. Anachronism is a thing belonging or appropriate to a period other than which it exists, especially a thing that is conspicuously old-fashioned. He's saying what they did was they created an anachronism with the history. They made that there's a culture now called Samaria that was made up in 1869 by Jules Oppert. That
yes,
was given,
I agree.
Now they have the Sumerian. Now the Sumerians are the Chaldeans. Those are the Chaldeans. So like I have the Chaldean kind of Genesis, and I'm like, okay, now that they're Sumerians, it's not taking those stories away from them. It's saying it's misappropriated to the third millennium, which it shouldn't be in any way. He's saying nor should the old Akkadians, nor should there be a Hyksos in the second millennium either. That's following the pattern of Manetho and Berosus, and he's saying they got it wrong historically, because this is what the archaeology is saying. So you have the Chaldeans.
Okay, but you didn't let me finish. I agree, and that's why I was mentioning the bloodline that I showed you, where the Chaldeans come from, how far in the line they come in the genealogy, because they are the son of someone. They're somebody's son, those people that founded these places. Okay, in the new version, Elil, Aninurta, Aniburu of the Enuma Elish, it wasn't called the Enuma Elish, it was called like long before, long up there and up high or something. There's many stories. People can go to mesopotamiangods.com and just put Anu, and they can find all these stories, the original stories. And then the new version, Elil, Ninurta, and Nibiru are supplanted. They're taken out of the story. Of Ninurta and Jupiter, Ninurta, who was Jupiter, who had become the ruling planet at the time, because the time of Aries was entered by Marduk and by Jupiter. So Marduk would not be Saturn, because Saturn wasn't already the chief god. He became Jupiter, Amun-Ra. That's right. Jupiter.
Amun-Ra, yeah.
Elil was Saturn, was supplanted by Ea, Enki. And then he became known as Saturn. But Ea used to be Neptune. That was his planet, Neptune. So Ea, Enki, and Marduk take over, get rid of the old people who are his cousins and uncles. And Tiamat, who was the wife or the mtDNA woman, who I think is the wife, but also the mother of Enlil. He made her into a monster. He made it into the planet. Marduk put, instead of Nibiru, Marduk. He took out the name Nibiru, which is very important, and he put himself in there. He said, I'm Marduk. But he made himself the hero. And then Enlil's wife was the monstrous seven-headed serpent, which obviously was a planet, either Jupiter or one of the there was 4 other comets coming by. If you look at the chronologies of the catastrophes that don't mention names of planets, but they say comets, there were 4 other comets around the time of the Jupiter event of Abraham, Isaac, and all that time. So one of these Marduk made into the monstrous, one of them. We don't know who, or if the plasma discharges. Marduk vanquished her and split her, creating the Euphrates and Tigris rivers and other terraforming events at this time. That's what the story says. Therefore, like many contending tribes, like the eagles, the bulls, the lions, which is the Enlil lineage, versus the dragons, the goats, the fish, which you can still see in the church. The Christians, they use the fish hat and the dragon symbols of all the kings and queens, for example, throughout history, and seen with the German Holy Roman Empire and Tartary. Just very recently, they're fighting and they're trying to erase each other out of history. Contending tribes attempt to erase their enemies by erasing past historic characters from historic records and genealogies, including those found in mythologies, due to resentment, greed for power and control. Yeah. That's what happened right there. That's why he doesn't mention them. It's very simple when you understand what was going on. And yeah.
So it's political. So you're saying it's political.
Yes.
For Roses to do that,
yes.
or I say, but I'm saying Jules Oprah is just full of BS. I'm saying it that way. Let's
just make them shorter, but not erase the people.
I don't think
it, right?
Because it's Heisen is making a strong case that, look, guys, the Chaldean language, which they're saying is Sumerian, isn't the oldest language in the whole world, or how people put it. It doesn't link up to the other cuneiform because it was much more recent, and it's being misappropriated because the Sumerian. Anything is never on the bottom layer of the strata, at the very bottom like it's supposed to be, which shows the early part of antiquity, the middle part of antiquity in the middle, and the late antiquity on the top. It's always on the top, always. And it's like, well, damn, they find the Sumerians, they're not looking for them. They find the Persians, they never found the Medes. He equated the Medes with the Mitanni, and it's like it's all mixed up to whereas the Sumerians are never, ever, ever, ever on the bottom level of strata. The Chaldeans should be, I would think, like common sense.
But remember where the name Chaldea comes from.
I would argue linguistically that Shinar and Kalne, especially Shinar, is not talking about Samaria, which many people try to say, oh, see, it's Shinar. That's what it is. No, it ain't. I'm saying no, it isn't, because Shinar was never specifically speaking of a pinpointed specific region. It was a very general region.
So what about Nippur and Eridu?
Well, Nippur, Eridu, same thing. It's like you have the names.
They don't exist?
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying because we take the biblical text so literal, it's not. It's like this is.
Well, we should. We should. That's what it is. It's genealogy book.
I disagree.
It was a book of genealogy.
Because I use various sources, and the reason why is because the chronology of the Bible, and this is my obsession with Egypt, they're really close together. So Velikovsky, of course, says, we'll just shave 500 years off of the Egyptian history and link the Ippur events to the Exodus, and that's it. And it's like, well, wait a minute. I still don't see proof of a culture. I see an anachronism, period. You're saying that this culture existed when you say existed. There's no other cultures talking about the Hebrew people. This is no diss on Hebrew or the Jewish culture at all. Heisen said the same thing. It's not a diss. It's just not when they're saying it is. Because I'm like, well, damn. Nobody's talking about these people.
What about the catastrophes linked to specific kings? Because I know that happens. They say in the 7th year of the reign of that. So what? You also dismissed that and said it didn't happen when there was a catastrophe and
no. Well, that's the thing.
Over the world.
There was a catastrophe or a war, and they tore this down and destroyed this, and everybody's trying to erase.
I think that's valid.
That's the accusation. That's the biblical accusation, though. So it's like that's pretty convenient, in my opinion. That's very convenient.
But do you think? Well, wait. There's chronologies, and there's even there's lists of comets, hyperbolic comets that I can give you. You can go to them, and it says in there the comets that were seen as far as 3,000 years ago. And they're linked to, and then you go to the phenomena where they were recorded from a different source, and you can find them there.
So then I guess it comes like, okay, because I'm looking at something right now.
You have to look at everything.
Let's
I
look at it,
think.
and I'm
I think
looking
you have
at
to look
time.
at everything.
Well, see, here's the thing. I just have a literature
This is one
source
thing.
this way. There's a literature source that somehow is written to completion. They say from 500 BC to about 1100 AD, and it's published in the 1500s with no cultural backing. Like, it's almost like a time capsule. If I have everything's fragmented to begin with, we know that there's fragments everywhere. There are no originals to some stuff there is. I look at temples as a time capsule, and then you have maybe papyrus or something to back up the time capsule, maybe a body here or there. It kind of helps corroborate everything. But now we have just a book, and it's like it intertwines with world history essentially, and it's like I can read, the Northern Kingdom, Southern Kingdom, 750 BC, going up through like Abaz, Hezekiah, Manasseh, Jeremiah, Ammon, Judah, Zephaniah. I don't have my glasses on. Daniel, 620 BC, back to the Greeks settled Sicily in 750. Salamander V reigns in Assyria. Sargon II, 722, reigns in Assyria. Sennacherib reigns in Assyria, 704 BC. It's like these timelines are all consistent with each other, but it's like we have this here and we don't have anything over there. But then history is only from 680 BC up. They're teaching us that nothing can be corroborated before that. So it ends up being more mysterious and, well, how do we establish history? Well, two people are writing about the same event or the same people. Okay, that's one way. Then we have the archaeology, which is the second way. So then when we have the archaeology, it doesn't matter what the people are saying. What does the archaeology say? I guess that's the way, again, Heisen's looking at the whole thing. Like, and we got some games that are being played. I see some games. I'm not taking anything away from anybody's culture, religion, or anything like that. But I'm like, man, I smell a rat. I smell a big rat. And I think it's because, as me and Michael say, the human condition is so screwed up that these things comfort us and add some type of aid to our sickness, basically coming from these times. It's a coping mechanism. It helps us, cope. Although stuff that we see around us every day in everyday life just doesn't match this picture of eventually, peace and prosperity and things of that nature. I mean, it's like it just becomes real flaky. Like, man, you can tell me this happened this way, but I see from the archaeological record it may not be that way. But catastrophes overlaid over top of it, that's even more to me, not disheartening. There's another word I could probably use better, but it's ugly to me. It's very ugly, and I have to go with a little more than because I've done it before. Boy, I've been there, done that. The timelines, the chronologies, the bloodlines. Everybody has one, and it's like now post Zoroastrianism, because I see Zoroastrianism starting to come into play around the same time of the Manetho and Berosus. Now there's duality. Now there is a superior, supreme God that should be feared. And it's like, ruh-roh, my way or the highway, I'm better than you are. I do see that. People not wanting to write about other people in a positive manner and saying, hey, let's just erase them from history. Screw them. I'm better than you are. My God is better than you are too. And if you don't follow it, and you don't have fear to follow it, and you don't do as I say, then down comes the hammer on your head. I mean, I see it maybe from a different point of view, different perspective than most people do. It's bleak to me. It's not pretty. But, I'm just like, hey, let the proof be in the pudding. I mean, these arguments, because I'm in other groups, these arguments go really, really deep. And it's like real simple. Show me the proof. You show me the proof, that's it. I need to see it. If I can't see it and touch it, then that's it.
We can show you the proof, but you don't want to believe in it. You think it's all fictitious, so that's kind of difficult.
You can't believe in something and be true.
Like, you got to show the culture in the
that's kind of difficult
for it to be real. And if it's not in sure, there's cataclysms, but there's records and archaeology of a whole lot of other stuff that's not obliterated.
That have taken place. So many.
Can I say one more thing that I think, but I've got to say about that? You either have to go one way or the other. You either have to make a chronology and then set the land under it, or you have to make the land and do the chronology, but you have to do both. And if you don't do both, it's just talk. Nothing will ever change. They couldn't even make 2.5 century changes in the Egyptian chronology, and that's with that's minor, and they couldn't do it.